This is day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
So I'd like to say a very good, nice, warm welcome to you, but I can't because it's wet and it's quite chilly down here at the moment. Wind's blowing through, but we are on day 5 of the Scottish 6 days trial. I'm on my own again at the moment. He's not turned up.
He's probably sitting indoors thinking, oh,
He's
it's
looking
warm,
at
innit?
just here. It's a curious thinking.
Right, yeah, we're still having signal. I think the rain is going to cause us grief today, if I'm honest.
Right, okay. I can hear it nice and loud.
I know you can.
Have I got to go tweaking?
I don't really know the answer because obviously we've done a bit of tweaking and it's still doing its thing.
Or a little bit hissy or a bit crackly?
No, a bit of disappearing.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll have a look at that in a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know what we can do, but I'll have a look. It is pretty bleak and gloomy and not nice.
No.
I've had water going up sleeves when it should be going down sleeves, and it's not nice.
It's a traditional Scottish 6 days day.
Even the toilet doors are banging in the wind. I could have said it worse than that. Honestly, that's what's happening right now.
That's yeah. There's not much else we could do with that. We're stuck with it.
But we are here. We are live, and it is Nevis Radio. I'm John Weller. No John Moffat, so I'm not going to introduce him. He can do his own name in a minute. Simon Abley back at the studio. Very good morning.
Yeah, morning.
Yeah. Lucy on camera 1. Morning, Lucy. Yeah. We've got different angles today, you might have noticed.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's a little bit of survival going on there.
There's a self-preservation of equipment more than persons.
Yes.
We have got one outside, though. We have got one camera outside. I don't know what it's looking like. Pretty wet out there, I imagine. I don't know if Mrs. W can cut to it. There you go. It looks slick, isn't it? Yes, it's like that at the moment.
Okay.
So,
see, obviously, I'm a wee bit behind when I'm watching, so it's
right,
difficult
and
to tell.
Mrs. W, she's in the Thistle Access trailer, trying to sort stuff out. We've got tarpaulins over the doorway because it's sort of blowing in that way all on the electrics. And it's going to be one of them days. We will be here. We will survive. At first I was petrified, but now we're here.
Yeah, indeed.
So that's what it's about. So it is day 5 out of the 6. We're here right through all this week. Wherever you're listening to us from, watching us, we'll sort the crackly bit out the best we can in a minute.
Yeah, I think that's all we can do, really.
I've got results. I've got no route, so we might as well. Do you want to do the weather and then go to a tune?
Yeah, we can do. Any specific tune or just a tune?
Joan Armour Trading, Drop the Pilot. How about that one?
Right, okay. We can do that.
I don't normally get put on the spot for tunes, but
no,
there you go.
I know you don't. Usually that's my job. Right, okay. We can do that. Let's do some weather then.
Why not?
And we'll go from there.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Rain clear in the south this morning, otherwise mainly dry this morning. It says, I don't believe that. Thick cloud with rain will spread south-east in the afternoon. East Highland staying bright until later. Who did this weather? It's going to go up to 16 degrees centigrade today with 61 Fahrenheit. And looking at tonight, patchy rain dying out this evening. Otherwise, it's going to be a dry night with some lengthy clear periods developing. It's going to be cold, though, with a touch of frost dropping down to 2 degrees centigrade, 36 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think
for the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Right, okay.
which we'll talk about later, but that's fine. Yeah, one of the cables fell to bits and everything else, but I think we've done a very quick repair, shall we say.
Okay.
But is that better?
Yes.
Good. A very good morning.
Yes. Well, it's one of them.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty, I mean, it's probably the wettest I've been down here, I've got to be honest.
I've seen it wetter actually.
Have you?
Yeah, one of the mornings, a Monday morning, it was actually torrential rain. And it was coming straight down, not sideways fortunately, but even so we didn't have an awning at that stage. It was a previous presenter I was down with and couldn't find the key to the locked trailer.
Yes.
Yeah, that was an interesting morning. You couldn't see anything in the lock at all.
No.
So that was pretty poor. So sorry I was a wee bit late. You'll probably just dock my wages for that, I would think. Quarter of an hour, is it? Or is
An
it
hour.
half an hour?
Minimum,
An hour.
that's minimum an hour.
Oh, minimum of an hour. A minimum of an hour.
Yeah,
So
no,
there we
definitely.
are. No, a couple of technical issues. One major technical issue that the trial has suffered yesterday, and we've been released a statement by the Edinburgh and District Motor Club Limited on fuel contamination. There's been some updates to start times for Friday the 6th of May, which is the 5th day of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2022. Friday's times have been altered to allow riders 35 minutes to work on their machines in this morning. The first rider will be allowed into Parc Ferme at 7:10 as usual, with a start time of 7:45. Any motorcycle taking part in the event that has been affected by contaminated fuel will be allowed to be worked on in the manufacturer's service areas for fuel-related issues. Now, we did hope to have, and I did speak with him yesterday, John Lampkin of Beta UK, the importer of the Italian Beta brand, but John, being the professional that he is, said, well, I'll come down to the radio station first thing if I can, but if we've got issues tomorrow morning with the contamination of the fuel supply, then I may have to stay at Beta UK to oversee the work being done on Beta motorcycles. So fair play to John. We'd love to have him over here to discuss Beta and all the related things, because he has been a competitor himself in the Scottish 6 Days Trial, part of the Lampkin dynasty, if you like. And John gives excellent service for his riders, the entrance on the Betas. But unfortunately, we have this issue. It was talked about in the car park, Parc Ferme, last night, that some form of fuel had entered the supply chain through the army, and things were being looked at.
So they've got a bit of extra time now just to try and get this sorted out beforehand and after on their time clock.
Yeah, I mean, the situation is that I don't know exactly what fuel has been distributed or delivered and to which bikes, but there was a fair number of bikes got this contaminated fuel at one of the petrol stops, and the bikes began to run off. I did notice Jimmy McCanna's bike being brought in on the back of the hired vehicle that the army use. So the army had actually brought him back into Parc Ferme. The bike went straight into the Montesa Honda service area. I did have a word with Gordon Ferguson of Mickey Oates Motorcycles, who are the one of the Scottish dealers on that specialise in Montesa, and I stood and observed the factory mechanic. I can't remember his name. Really nice lad from Catalonia, from Barcelona, and he removed the fuel tank. He also started removing the injector system, and the fuel delivery for this particular bike. There was 2 or 3, I think there was 4 Montesas in when I was there. and they purged the fuel system, cleaned it out, put a new spark plug in, did a couple of adjustments, and the rider was invited back to start his own machine. One kick, they fired up, sounded okay, but there's always that doubt in the back of your mind if you're the owner of a bike and they've received contaminated fuel, what are the long-term effects of that?
Yeah.
Because the damage may have been done already.
Yeah.
So the 4 strokes that used the contaminated fuel seem to be more affected than the 2 strokes for some reason. I don't know why, but it's a bit like that. You can get that with your private car, private vehicle. Bad fueling is an issue, and people go to the fuel pumps, they mistakenly grab the diesel pump and they're running on petrol, or vice versa. I think you can get away with one's
better around the right way.
Yeah, around the right way. You're fine.
I think a bit of diesel in petrol's not so bad as
Not
petrol
so
in
bad,
diesel.
but diesel's a heavy oil,
Yeah.
and of course diesel is designed to, when it's compressed, that's when it ignites.
The bang, yeah.
Yeah, it gives the bang. So it works on different systems. So very unfortunate that has happened. I don't have a reason why it's happened.
I'm sure there'll be a steward's inquiry into that one.
Probably, well, certainly a club inquiry into it, and certainly an army inquiry, because obviously they are, well, the bottom line is the Edinburgh and District Motor Club Limited take charge of the fueling.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to fuel your bike during the 6 days trial, so when it comes right down to it, the club are responsible ultimately for the fueling of the bikes. Now whether the fuel's been obtained incorrectly, or it's been something that's been lying in jerry cans or whatever, or fuel delivery systems, that's not the rider's fault.
No.
So I'm sure that the club will see things right and do things correctly.
So what time's the first rider going to be away?
First rider's got to be away at 7:45 this morning. That's rider 245, Andy MacDonald, a local lad from Fort William. That was his uncle that put in a shout out the other day from Brisbane. But Andy's been living in West Lothian for some years, and he's a member now of the Dunfermline District Motorcycle Club, riding Monteza Honda 4RT. So he's the first man away today. So if you are listening in your guest houses and hotels, there has been an extension this morning. I'll read it again, the official statement which Mark Whitham handed to Nevis Radio this morning, which reads: fuel contamination, update to start times Friday 6th of May. Friday's times have been altered to allow riders 35 minutes to work on their machine this morning. The first rider will be allowed into Parc Ferme at 7:10. That's 07:10 Greenwich Mean Time as usual, with a start time of 07:45. That's 7:45 Greenwich Mean Time. Any machine affected by contaminated fuel will be allowed to be worked on in the manufacturer's service areas for fuel-related issues. That is a statement from the Edinburgh and District Motor Club Limited.
There may be further updates as we go through the morning. We'll wait and see.
We'll have to see what happens and how that develops. But certainly it was what's the word for it? Yeah, the talk of the steamy last night.
The SSDT app was blinking, going away like mad yesterday. Bing, bing, bing.
There you go.
At least it's working to keep people informed what's going on. That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah. And I had a phone call just to remind us to thank, when we're thanking the sponsors this year, Apico Factory Racing.
Yes.
They've been missed out, unfortunately, in the updates, because we should really have written this down, because there's actually so many people have come forward this year to help and support Nevis Radio's outside broadcasting for their SSDT Nevis Breakfast, which is appreciated by all the riders and officials. They all listen in, because when I make a mistake, they're all on top of it. How did you know that? Oh, you've been listening to Nevis Radio.
We do have audio for Apico going out daily, and I did give them a bit of a shout the other day and ask questions.
Yeah,
so, we've not forgotten them.
No, we haven't forgotten them, but I had a phone call from their sales manager when I was on the road last night, so I said I would put that right. So what I did do, I don't have an Apico jacket with me, although I do possess one. I do also possess an Apico buff, because they give us that for the Highland Classic, so I'm well stocked with Apico apparel, but I don't have any with me this week. But I put a sticker on my Gore-Tex, but it won't
There'll be a person running down Parc Ferme.
It's now on my picnic table.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's on your picnic table.
So it's actually there. So thanks very much to Dylan Brown, the managing director of Apico Factory
Very much
Racing
so.
down in Bury, and their sales manager, Scott Cannon.
Sorry, John, just to recap, so do they actually have a stall down there? You can go down and buy Apico goods?
They haven't got a stall themselves. What they've got is they've got one of their one of their dealers. Apico is a quite a massive wholesaler in the UK. They sell hard parts to the trade, so they're effectively a trade-only organisation, and they produce
We've got a model now.
a rather extensive catalogue for you got one of the Gilets, sorry. So they do have an extensive catalogue for hard parts, soft parts, and also clothing. But they tend to deal or supply through the dealers because they're a massive importer. The brands that they actually import is colossal and really surprising. They even distribute a lot of Castrol products, for example, the oil firm, and I thought they did that themselves, but Apico have got a franchise for that as well. Started off in the mid-late 80s by 3 times World Trials champion Yrjö Västerinen, who set up the Apico brand from scratch, and he retired a few years ago, having sold his shares to other directors, etc. And his wife, Diane, was also a major shareholder in the company, but that's now been taken over by, it was one of these sort of, dare I say, probably an employee buyout, I think.
Okay.
They came into the mix, and Dylan Brown is now the chief executive or the chief operating officer of Apico Vesti UK Limited, and it's branded as Apico Factory Racing. Amazing company and very good to the sport. I mean, they actually are one of the trial partners, one of the major sponsors of the Highland Classic today now as well. So I'm in constant conversation with Scott Cannon through the year to help us look after our own trial up in Inverness. So they do an absolutely fantastic job.
It's good to have them on board, plus all our other sponsors. Thistle Access for the trailer, which Mrs W has just come out of with a Pico jacket on.
Yep.
We've got the Fort William Hire Centre for the use of the electronic mast or mechanical mast getter aerials up there. Yep. What are you doing now?
I'm showing you.
Oh, Lochilnet. You're modelling, are you?
I'm modelling.
Oh, sorry. I thought you just got an itch. Lochilnet for our
people can see it. Lochilnet.
broadband and internet streaming, all that sort of stuff. It's all wonderful technology. Dale down at the hub, Dale Monk from the Crofter Bar, thank you very much. He's been keeping us fed and watered
That's right.
throughout the week, and that makes a big difference.
John, do you have many interviews lined up tomorrow?
Not at the moment, no. Saturday.
Do you reckon you might want to try getting hold of one of these guys from Apico? We can maybe have a chat with them.
Well, it's a Saturday and I don't know if they want us, but I'm sure if I sent a message out to Scott, I've got his mobile number with me, see if maybe he could come online during Saturday. That would be good because we're here for a bit longer on the Saturday as well. So I'll send a message out to Scott or even phone him and see what we can do. Because it would be good to have somebody on from Apico to explain what they do.
Or contact us straight at the studio if anyone's listening from the company.
Yeah, they may actually be listening now because obviously they've realised that when we've been shouting out the various companies that have been in support, he gave us a quick call. He said, we seem to be missing from your updates. I said, you've got your advert? Yeah, we've got our adverts on, we've got them, but haven't heard any sort of, you're going through all the various people. I said, well, we'll leave it, we'll sort that in the morning, don't worry. So hence we're sorting it.
There you go. Also Nevis Bakery.
Nevis
Had a bit of
Bakery,
shortbread
put the
supplied here
shortbread in,
yesterday, very good.
Paul Patterson dropped them in yesterday, great.
And I see we've got the Just Giving page up on our Facebook page now, and that must hopefully going to make a difference to
I
the
uploaded that
fundraising
yesterday.
cause.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Maybe catch up a bit later on if he comes in, if we're in time, and see what the total is now. 'Cause it's been going up quite steadily, actually.
Yeah, that's
which
right.
is fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So it is day 5. It is a very wet day 5. Will this dampen the competitive spirits?
Well, nobody likes the rain, let's be honest.
It's dampened my spirits, I can't deny it.
Yeah, well, it's just one of these perennial problems that we do find sometimes that in Fort William it rains, like any other part of the world. But sometimes in Fort William it decides not to stop. The forecast, I think, originally was to be dry on the Friday and the Saturday, so it's been a bit of a turnaround. But that's the weather for you. It can change quite quickly. Moors, they'll be wet now because it's been an overnight, quite heavy rain during the night. It woke me up about 3 in the morning, and I wondered what the noise was, and it was battering off the Velux windows in the bedroom. So yeah, it's one of these places that Lochaber is blessed with spate burns and waterfalls, and you can see across the loch at Duskey that there is white water coming down off the hills, which is a good indicator that the moors are soaking it up. So yeah, it'll be wet going. What I was going to say as well is
you stopped in your track there.
We were across yesterday. The route took us down to a Hallador, which is near Bridge of Orkney, and I stopped conveniently at the side of the road at little parking places to let Stephen and Daniel catch up with me and overtake me, and I just followed them down the road. I didn't go to any sections, there wasn't any point, there was no time, and I was sat beside the edge of Ranach Moor as you go down beyond the White Corries, and I'm just amazed at the expanse of Ranach Moor. It's absolutely huge, and yet, you know, the government is blocking up a lot of the peatland areas in Scotland now. There is a thing called peatland action, where they're actually damming up more and more moorland in Scotland, and the reason for that is because it soaks up tremendous amounts, you know, hundreds and thousands of metric tons of carbon each year, and locks it up for almost eternity. And that's why they do that, and Scotland is particularly rich in moorland, which helps the environment. So all this rain has a purpose at the end of the day.
We're watching Rider 210. He's just changed his number plate from white to
it's
yellow.
Jack Peace. Jack Peace, who's now leading the Scottish 6 Days trial. Jack's on an MRS Sherco, and he's dropped 5 marks. Dougie Lampkin has dropped into 2nd place yesterday. He's riding number 67 on the Vertigo. He's on 6 marks lost. Richard Sadler on a Vertigo, Rider 208, is 3rd now on 7. And Jack's brother Dan Peace, number 211, also on an MRS Sherco, is on 9 marks. In 5th position is former winner, 2019 winner, James Dable on the Beta. He's in 5th position on 9. Billy Green on the Scorpa is in 6th position on 11. Michael Brown, the nearly man of the Scottish 6 Days trial, was having a chat with him at his van yesterday. Michael's come so close to winning the Scottish in the past, never actually managed it yet. 7th position on 12 marks. In 8th position is late entrant Guy Kendrew. He's in 8th and he's on 14, with Ross Danby up into 9th position on, looks like 14, no sorry, let's say that again, 19. And in 10th position, Dan Thorpe on 22. It looks like Dan lost 10 marks yesterday, so that put him up a good bit in the numbers game. So that's the top 10. Change of leaderboard. The yellow number plate now held by Jack Peace on the Sherco.
Can I ask a really stupid question now? Have they got a yellow number for all the numbers, or they just make them up each
No,
day?
what they do is overnight, when they see the scores, they have a supply of yellow blank numbers, and they apply the digits
numbers
to them, so that can be given to the rider, and they get a wee bit extra time to snap off the zip ties of their existing number, keep that to hand in case they drop out the lead again, of course, and they put the yellow leaderboard on.
See, it was a silly question, but you just don't know, do you? There's a whole box of all these numbers and they just take them back, or what they do, I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's how they actually administer it, because everything's got to be done up at headquarters at the Ben Nevis Hotel.
And there's quite a team of score takers and recorders. Was there a team of about 3 or 4 up there, is there?
I think there's a team of 3 led by Fergus Gray. He's been in charge of the results for quite some years now. Fergus's background as in motorsport was more car rallying, I believe.
Okay.
So Fergus came on board with the change in management of the event when Jeff Horn came on as clerk. Of course, I think that's round about the time when Fergus started. Possibly even Fergus started before that, to be fair. I think Andy Gregg used to do the results at one point, but there's a small select team of people handle the input of all the scores each and every day.
Absolutely. 7:34. I think we probably need to go to a tune and play an ad break.
We could do. Before we do that, I got a question in from Jax, who's watching on YouTube. So morning, Jax. Where is it? Have any other brothers carried the yellow leaderboard during a single SSDT?
Well, Do you mean two brothers carrying it, or just one brother? Dougie Lampkin, his brother Harry Lampkin is riding in the same trial, so he held it yesterday.
Was that the question you meant?
I'm assuming, yeah. So basically, if two brothers of this sort of swap first place,
taking part in the same series, so both brothers had the same leader in the same race. Do we think?
Yeah,
I don't think so. Not that I know of. No. Sorry, I thought you meant two brothers in an event. One had the leaderboard or whatever, because that's what we've got at the moment. Because Jack and Dan are working together in the Parc Ferme.
Well, they were close yesterday, weren't they, the two brothers?
Yeah, they were
not
actually.
That far apart.
Yeah,
I don't know how far they're apart.
It would have been quite interesting to see two brothers with yellow number plates on. But no, I don't think Harry's led the Scottish as well as Dougie at the same event. So. Yeah, that would maybe be a new world record then.
Another question we'll come back to later on. I've asked how many nationalities have actually taken part this year.
Oh, wow.
So that's one for you to do your stats on
I'd
somewhere.
have to do a stat on that, yeah.
And the person I was speaking to said, we don't seem to interview them. We've had French, we've had Swiss, I think we've done. Austrian, have we done as well, spoken to them?
We haven't done Austrians, we haven't done any Germans. There's a German rider actually riding in between Daniel and Stephen, number 98. There's a German lad riding. But he seems to keep himself to himself. So, yeah, it's just how it works is that in the car park, it's not always easy to get riders to speak when they're doing their repairs. Today could be quite delicate because obviously this fuel contamination issue, they might require extra time to do something with the bikes. I mean, when they were working on the Montezas, they have a different fuel delivery system. They're fuel injected. So it's all electronically controlled by the brain, the ECU, which is part of the throttle body of the Monteza 4RT. So they had the injectors out and the tank out, and of course there's a fuel pump in these, and an electric fuel pump inside the fuel tank, in the petrol. I've never understood how that works well, but there you go.
Yeah, electric's going through a fuel.
Yeah, exactly. But then ignition systems run on oil, so maybe that's how it works. So if it was me riding a two-stroke, such as a Beta or a Scorp or a Sherco, I'd be having the carburetor off and getting that cleaned out, just for safety and to make sure nothing was wrong there. But that takes a little bit of time to get the carb off, which is easier done in the work area, the manufacturer's work area, to be fair, and then put it all back together again. And we've just got a Vertigo starting up behind us here.
That's
and
a
he's
test.
a wee test of something there. Lots of smoke.
Yeah.
Which is unusual for a Vertigo, because the metering system is fuel injected. It's a two-stroke fuel injected. But it gave it a bit of a rev from cold there, so maybe it was just lifting the sump oil through the ports.
Maybe. Have you ever got any questions or anything you want to comment on about the 6 days trial and our coverage here from Nevis Radio? Do get in contact with us, Si.
Yeah, you can WhatsApp us or phone us at the studio 01397 706 100. You can drop us a text to Nevis. Just put Nevis at the start and text 82228. Text our charge at your normal network rate for that one. You can email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk or find us on social media on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or just tweet us at Nevis Radio or use the hashtag SSDT2022.
Do you know, I'm getting to the point I might need a hot cup of tea as well.
Oh, that can be arranged. I'll see to that.
It's getting like that, and it's got that feeling that morning.
It's the minimum I can do.
Hot soup. What about hot soup?
Oh, heaven's sakes.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, I suppose.
Get you started in the morning.
Yeah.
But no, we're here through till 11 o'clock each and every day, apart from tomorrow when we're going to be sort of half one, we estimate.
Something like that, yeah.
So the last rider goes away. It's Nevis Radio Community Station. And have you got a tune, Mr. Moffat?
Yeah, for all the lovers out there. Here's one. Lone Star, Amazed.
Oh, you.
That's a nice tune, isn't it?
Oh, you.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that.
Cool.
It's on size playlist.
Two versions, isn't there? There's a kind of
there's not beat one.
Country and Western one, and then there's a sort of more melodic one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think we've got the more melodic one.
Cool.
Okay, right.
So for all you lovers out there, this is John Moffat's special night.
Well, we're gonna do some adverts first, then play a tune, then we'll be back.
No worries.
Have you heard?
for the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
It's day 5 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
And Mr. Moffat's gone off to get us a hot beverage. It's that time of the day. We don't normally start this early, but we're hitting the old teas and coffees early.
Got to keep the warmth in.
Yeah, it's one of those things. No, so we worked out what some of the technical issues were, I think. Which is good. It's sounding okay, that in now?
Yeah, everything here is actually fine now. Now well, I say you've done that bit.
We'll have a discussion later, but there's been an incident which we're now being made aware of.
All right, okay. That's nice.
But yeah, so first riders just away now. There's a lot of motorcycles starting up when they don't normally, but they are trying to sort out this fuel issue. I think they allowed a bit of time just to fettle and give it a bit of a test.
Yeah, I imagine they could be lingering things. Do they have like drain tanks and stuff? Because I guess
I
more
don't think it's
stuff's
as simple as that. I think
contaminated.
literally the tank comes off, so they empty that out, and then it's really a clean out and a flush through. And as John was saying, it's got a carburetor, it's easy. If it's not got a carburetor, it's electronic ignition and all that sort of stuff. It's slightly different, but that is where the pumps are and that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's getting quite congested actually. I've got to thank Dan, our cameraman. He's doing a sterling job. He's under the cover a bit today, so he's got a bit more shower to it. It was more of the protection of the equipment than Dan, I've got to be honest. We have got a camera out though, and he's looking up at the ramp right now. I don't know whether Mrs. W can cut to it, but it's a bit wet. So there you go, your riders across the ramp. They're smiling, they're still chatting away, they all seem quite happy. I mean, I don't know, I could actually enjoy getting on a bike and riding across a lot of wet moorland and even just along the road this time of morning and still smile.
Bad enough getting in the car, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you've got to be a certain mindset and a certain breed, and I suppose it's the passion which people want to do it for. And I say some of these people, here's a challenge, they're here for a bit of a holiday and challenge themselves. Some are here to sort of win the prizes and the cups and the medals. It's a wide spectrum, and as John was saying yesterday, you've got the sort of factory riders and the sponsored riders, professional riders, and just those here for a bit of an experience. Which doesn't really happen in F1, does it?
No.
Just go for a lot. Take the car out, see how I can do, love.
Yeah, that doesn't really fly.
But Mrs. W, she's in there. I think she's sort of a bit more settled now. There's a bit of chaos in there, trying to keep the electrics and all our mixing desk dry. Because all of a sudden the wind got up and it's all blown straight in the door.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, see tomorrow, because we've obviously got a bit longer time as we do things. Do you think maybe we could turn the cameras round so people can see what we're doing?
What we're doing?
Yeah. Not today, obviously.
No, we can do that. We've tried to keep. I mean, you watch all the professional TVs. We actually try to keep the back scenes panicking out of the camera view, but But no, so we get some good comments on what we're putting out there in the weather streaming and that, and thank you very much for that. It really is appreciated. We are a community radio station, very limited budgets, as you probably, or maybe you don't know. But we've got 2 members of staff, Si and Fiona, back at the office there and the studio, and the rest of us all here are volunteers. And it's been going since 1994.
Yes.
As a radio station, and it's great to be serving the community of Loch Harbour, and this week to actually serve the world in a way and keeping people entertained and informed what's happening at the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
Well, that's it. Even all the different ways you can listen, they've all had to be set up and monitored and sorted and tweaked and all this kind of stuff. And obviously over the past number of years we've developed this video system so people can actually watch as well.
Good morning, Mr. Hugh.
Which is kind of...
Trial Magazine UK has just walked into our studio. Good morning to you. How are you?
Morning. I'm all right to you.
Yeah, I'll find your microphone. Where's you put it? Under here. It's gone. Yeah, there you go. We're just talking about our sponsors, funny enough, and how grateful we are to you guys.
Well, we enjoyed. Nevis Radio brings so much.
There you go.
Nevis Radio obviously brings so much to the local community. We try and support that. Pico Factory Racing been very good to us.
Absolutely.
Michelin, obviously. Kia cars, 11 homes, quite a few local businesses, and it's just good to be out and about and seeing everybody enjoying it.
Yeah, no, it all makes a difference for. So we just say we are a small community station, basically run by volunteers, charity, and this is to get this across the world. We ourselves are very proud of the achievement we can do.
Well, the thing is, it's like we've been involved since 2009 and we get a great delight in doing it.
Yep.
We come up here, it's good to see you guys. And what's good to see on your point, John, is the knowledge you're picking up on trials. You know, you're not a trials right?
No, not at all.
But obviously you enjoy it.
Yeah, I do.
Nice to see Michelin cap on.
Yeah.
And it's all good. I had a super day out yesterday.
Yep, good one, was it?
Yeah, I went up to the first 4 sections at Slewback, first in the morning. And the first section didn't look that difficult early on, but it was very, very good. I watched every rider through. A few of the top guys lost some marks, and fair dues to all the observers. Cold and wet up there yesterday. They do a good job. The club put everything together. The organisers, they bring these observers in, unpaid, sit there all day, and they're a good crack as well.
Yeah.
And what's interesting to see is it's like with the back markers, there are a couple of guys broken down yesterday. The back markers went and repaired the bikes for them to keep them in the trial. And the whole spirit of motorcycle trials is adventure. Right. As you know, we're a good social bunch and we all look after one another. So.
And you yourself, I mean, Trial Magazine is your company, isn't it? It's your...
I own CJ Publishing, which is my business partner in France, Charles Benamou, hence the C, and John Hume, which is me. And between us, we produce Trial Magazine and Classic Trial Magazine. We also have Trial Magazine printed in Germany under license, but the actual Trial Magazine brand is owned by the Benamou family, which is Charles and his father, Philip. I went over and embraced the opportunity he gave me to do the magazine in 2006. And it's all good during COVID. Business model has grown massively. And it's all working good. I'm very happy with it all.
Yeah.
And with new ideas coming out. Hopefully, there's a few projects on the go at the moment, which you'll find out more about as the year opens.
Okay.
One will include probably John Moffat. I've got to get my information from somewhere, haven't I?
Yeah. I was going to say, who contributes? Have you got a little nucleus which
we're
stuff
very,
into
very privileged that Eric Kitchen is always in the background providing the pictures.
Yeah.
I've got Valente Fontase in Spain, Toon Van Vliet in Holland, various guys. Mike Rapley, who used to work for TMX, he's on board with us. Mike's a mega guy, been around a long time. And the magazine is not really... All I do is I put the magazine together.
Is that all you do?
There's a few more mundane jobs thrown in, but literally my 9 to 5 job beat 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock at night is collating information. I still travel to all the World Championship events and put it all together and produce a publication, which I'm very proud of. Trial Magazine is still in retail. We do 6 issues a year. We're up to number 93 next.
Wow.
Got my eye on 100.
100's not that far away then.
Be a bit of a party, trust me.
Yeah, I bet.
And Classic Trial Magazine we started in 2011, and that's up to issue 41 next.
Okay.
You know, we've got as high on as 50th
on that
golden.
one.
Yeah. So if you're up and about, there should be a few good parties.
Because where are you based? Where are you based?
I'm based. My office is in New Mills in Derbyshire. I live in Whaley Bridge, a small place called Taxall.
Yeah.
And what we do is we run everything from there. Like I say, Trial Magazine's in retail. Classic Trial Magazine is on subscription only. That's quarterly, run seasonal. I would like to do more Classic Trial Magazines, but putting the classic one is always a bit of a reminiscent time of going back, looking back at everything and collating information. That takes a lot of time to get it.
And getting facts right, I imagine, as well.
Yeah, I do get things wrong. I've got a huge apology to OSSA to make.
All right.
I quoted in the last magazine that Vertigo were the first two-stroke manufacturer to introduce fuel injection. It was actually OSSA. Okay. The point I was trying to make is that the Vertigo electronic technology is really into the future. The way they fine-tune the fuel injection system on the two-strokes, a credit to Vertigo. It really is good. Reliability is very good. So a huge apology. If you're listening in Spain, I'm sorry, OSSA.
There you go.
I do occasionally wear an OSSA t-shirt. So.
No, so your partnership with us, Nevis Radio, so we're obviously indebted to you, and that continued support of what we do here, and I suppose in some ways the appreciation of what we try and do here.
At the end of the day, I see the figures which we get. We run all through COVID. John supported that. We put a lot of effort into getting many people on board.
That went better than I think any of us actually thought it would. In a way.
Me too. It was a little bit of wing and a prayer.
Yeah, it was.
Headphones on and microphones.
Are we live? Are we live?
Yeah, but you know, we kept the job going. We actually run a virtual 6 days for 2 years.
Yeah.
And that base was on support from us, and Michelin were fantastic, both financially and making sure logistically that it worked. So huge thank you to Michelin. Andy James is the main man behind me, lovely guy and a true motorcycle enthusiast.
Yeah, absolutely.
But John Hugh,
hang on. Yep.
I was going to say, while you're there, obviously you know the kind of work we put into it. You can see our setup has changed this year.
You can't hear what you're saying, don't forget.
I know, you can realise.
Yeah.
Because obviously our setup's changed, and this is the kind of thing that we can now do, courtesy of you guys. Things like video adverts. Maybe we could get a video advert for Trial Mag next year.
Yeah, no, he's just saying that obviously you've seen what we've sort of grown over the years and put more money. I mean, the money which you guys put into the system, and obviously that's down to you.
We've actually addressed, after speaking to Simon Amberley, who I must say... Abley. Shouted out for that.
He ambles now and again, but
yeah, he does amble on a bit. But you guys have been good pointing me, obviously, to make it all work.
Yeah.
And what we've done is obviously financially, we've upped the game so that you can invest in technology to do a good job even better. So yeah, all good.
We're talking about the in-commercials next year. We'll chat about that. We had a chat about that on Monday or Tuesday, and you're sort of keen to get more involved. That put your magazine on there. Sort of Kia may come on there.
Yeah, and I've got other ideas for the radio station with animation and everything.
Okay.
So yeah, you might even see me with a webcam.
Animation.
Animation.
Oh, blimey. I mean, he's animated enough over there. Look at that. Look at that fine figure of a man drinking his tea.
Fine figure of a man, yeah.
Yeah, he's happy. Mr. John Moffat.
All corporate Michelin. Cup of tea. Breathe in, can you, John, please? I've told you when you're on the TV, just breathe in a bit.
Oh, can I breathe out now? Because this is breathing in. There you go. That is one of our chief sponsors, if not the chief sponsor, really putting it all together for us.
Lovely. Nice to talk to you.
And you, John. Always is. Thank you. Off to take pictures now, which is what he does on his normal job. So he's also got a camera. Some of the pictures you see on our website, John Hume's actually put together. And it's, brilliant. I'm going to sit down if I can. Dan, can you take the camera somewhere else? There you go. The old leg's killing me. So, yep. Nice man. Back at the studio. Nice man.
Yeah, no, he's good, he's John.
Very, very good to us. He's got lots of ideas, apparently.
Oh, good. I like ideas.
He's got a plan. I've got a cunning plan.
So have I.
It's stopping raining.
For a bit.
I did just say it's stopping raining. The mist is clearing. I can see hills the other side now. Dusky and all those areas and down to Strontian Weekend. It's clearish. How long it's going to last, I don't know. But they say it's getting up to was it 16 degrees, 61 Fahrenheit today? Which is quite warm.
I don't know, you did the weather. Hang on. 16 today, apparently.
Yeah, there you go, you see. So it's really busy behind us. For some reason, everybody's congregating behind the Nevis Radio outside broadcast area, which is quite cool. We get people coming in now and again to sort of shout and put coats and things on and sort bits and pieces out just in the corners, but it's a great atmosphere. I know I was a bit gloomy this morning, but my spirits are lifting.
That's because everything's working.
I've not even had a cup of tea yet. My spirits are lifting. All the other 3 team members down here, they've all got tea in their hands. So I've got one here. I know, that's right. I know, Lucy. Oh dear. Got a director now telling me where tea is.
Well, at least that's something.
Well, we've got about a minute to go, haven't we?
Yes.
Something like that. In the next hour after 8 o'clock, we'll be hopefully catching up with some of the riders and maybe some of the officials if John can sort of get that sorted. So it's been busy because of this fuel contamination. There's lots of little whisperings in corners, but we'll try and find out maybe a bit more about that officially. We'll also be having news headlines, Nevis Radio's news, and as well as Thought for the Day. David said we'll be coming down here in person around about 8:45.
He is. I know what bacon you're getting too.
Bacon?
Yeah.
He makes those special cakes. I can't remember what they're called.
I know what you're getting. It's on its way down later.
Stuff from Mr. Cedric. You're back. You're already. I left it live for you, so you can come straight back.
Yeah. There's been a change of route this morning.
We haven't got that long.
Reliably informed by the clerk of the course just a few moments ago.
All right.
They are monitoring the situation, but just for spectators, the riders have just checked their maps, and it says Doyer Dam. It's actually they've swapped Doyer Dam over the road.
We'll pick this up
We'll come back straight after the news.
It's very important.
From 96.6 to
The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
then, second hour of day 5. Things are a little bit calmer down in our area. We've sort of got a few things sorted out. The rain has stopped sort of coming in sideways, which is nice.
Yeah.
Because you were getting wet where you were sitting, weren't you?
It wasn't too bad, actually. I've got a Gore-Tex type jacket on now, so it's not too bad. But
and we had to cut you off before the news. There's quite an important announcement.
Yeah, an important for all the spectators. The first group of sections in the programme and on the revised routes was showing 4 sections at Doyer Dam, which is a favourite on the Friday run. That has now changed. They've moved it to what is known as the Muide, M-H-U-I-D-E, which was across the road near to where they exit the Doyer Dam sections. The Doyer Dam sections are inaccessible because of the height of the river at the moment. They're reviewing it as time goes on, just to make sure there's no other issues with flooding. But they're moving the sections, or they've moved the sections to the Muide. So anybody who's been up here before, they know where that is. It's the opposite side of the 8830. So just take care, because obviously in the past, when spectators and crews have been following the trial round on the road, they tend to park on the left-hand side, just pull into the left when they go to the Doyer Dam sections. The sections now will be on the opposite side of the road, so you'll have to still park as normal if you can get parked, because it's quite a tight area there. There's no real car parks or anything.
Here comes a man with a mission. So we've got a few pictures of what's happening in Parc Ferme. Riders getting ready. They've got a bit of extra time because of this fuel contamination issue, which we'll do the statement for that. The actual official statement is Friday times have been altered to allow riders 35 minutes to work on their bikes in the morning. First rider will be allowed in Parc Ferme from 7:10, then it'll be start time at 7:45, and then the brakes will be the same. Any bike affected by contaminated fuel will be allowed to be worked on in the manufacturer's service areas for fuel-related issues.
Yeah, just an immediate update from Clerk of the Course, Jeff Horn there. They've now scrubbed the first group of sections completely. So the first 4 sections are now removed at this moment in time from the Friday route. They're monitoring the rest of the area at the moment, but as you know, the catchment areas are big hills, and things can change throughout the day. I mean, it could be pouring the rain in Fort William, and it could be brilliant sunshine in Lochilert. I'm not saying it is, but that's what sometimes happens. So the front markers, the route markers, Gordon Halley, are out just now. They're checking everything, seeing that everything's safe. But the first group of sections down as Doyer Dam and then changed to the Muide has now been scrubbed completely.
So we've got the map up on our screen, which won't help the radio listeners out there, but the map is up there. So I'm trying to see. So what you're looking at, A, B, and C? Is that what you're looking at as you go around the route?
Yeah, you're looking at on the map itself. A was supposed to be Doyer Dam,
just outside of Glenfinnan, yeah.
Just outside of Glenfinnan. So that is now scrubbed. So the first group of sections will more likely be Group B. Okay. So that's what we're looking at now, which is moving round towards Lochilert, isn't it? So yes. This is the Moira run today. We can actually have a. I'll just run through the actual thing. Just click that down like that. Where is it? Lost them now. This one here. Just pull it out completely.
I don't believe it. There you go.
I'll hold that. There we go. Teamwork. Yeah. So Doyer Dam Group A has now been removed from the route today. The first rider should have been there at 8:20. Probably a little bit later than that, given the fuel contamination issue. So the first group of sections looks to be now Group B, which is the famous Piper's Burn at Lochilert, just beyond the old Inverlochy house. Popular group, 4 sections. Then they move on to Group C, Rochevin, and then down to Group D, which is Glenuig, near the little hamlet there. Then round the coast a little bit further to Group E, 2 sections right at the side of the road, WDs. First rider was supposed to be there at 10:25. That's more likely to be closer to 10:45 or even 10 to 11 now. Then you have the rest stop, and the riders then go on. I'm trying to think where the rest stop. The rest stop today normally is at Struntian, at the little car park.
This is lunch you're talking about?
Yeah, the rest stop, the lunch, if you like. They call it a rest stop, but they do actually get something to eat there. So that's at Struntian. Then they go further round Loch Sunnert onto the little A-class road, and that takes them up to Lawdale. There's 2 sections at Lawdale right at the side of the road. and then over the hill to Group G, which is Laudale Cottage. First rider should be there now approximately 12:15-ish, and then round from G to H, which is the Camas na Croix section. Now I think they've actually, one of these section groupages, they've actually changed the number of sections on that particular group, so there's a change on the rider's route card. Then it's Group 8, after H is Group I, which is Camas na Croix. That's the loose climb on the left-hand side of the road, on the beach road at Loch Linney. And then they move round to sections J, which is Kilmaloo. First rider there will be about 1:30 approximately. And then the last group of sections in the day, Rubaroo, an old favourite. That's at round about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, we've already heard this morning that the club have given extra time this morning because of a refuel or a contamination of fuel issue, which threw its head up yesterday. Very unfortunate, not a common thing at all. And the club are obviously working with the manufacturers and giving riders a bit more time this morning to prepare their bike, which is, it doesn't affect every bike in the event, just a number of them, but it's something that just happens, unfortunately.
I mean, once this has happened, does that put a bit of doubt in the riders all the way through, or once it's sorted, will they be more happy?
I can only speak for myself, and I'm not riding it, obviously, but if I was riding it, I would be...
Because it could cause damage from later on, possibly.
Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, it's like your private car.
Yeah.
You fill it at the filling station with the wrong fuel. You shouldn't even start it. You should, call out the not the emergency services, but the repair services to get your system purged. Because once you key it and start it, you're then drawing through fuel that's not appropriate for your vehicle. Something similar has happened here, where the wrong fuel has been dispensed by the army at one of the fuel stops, and it's like everything else, it all comes out of jerry cans into dispensers and then into the fuel tank, and it wasn't noticed until bikes were starting up and then ridden a few metres and starting to go down. And yeah, it's a kind of indicator that if your bike suddenly goes off and you've just filled it with fuel, there could be something wrong.
Do you ever get a chat with Jeff, or is he a bit busy at the moment, do you reckon?
He's a bit under pressure at the moment. He's preferring to come in tomorrow to speak to us, because obviously this is his last Scottish 6 days trial. This is the one that he decided to retire at. And he's been given a bit of hassle in the last 24 hours. So that puts Jeff under a considerable amount of pressure. It also puts the club under a lot of pressure as well, because, well, the riders, the 288 riders, they're not all factory riders. They're ordinary blokes that that enjoy a living and put all their hard-earned money into the sport. And it's disappointing and a wee bit worrying, quite honestly. That's the way I would be feeling anyway. And it's just reassurance that because there are manufacturers, agents and importers here with some technical people, that you might get away with this okay. But it's like everything else. There's different types of bikes now. There's two types of fuel injected bikes here. The Montez is a 4-stroke fuel injected, and the Vertigo is a 2-stroke fuel injected. So I'll be a little bit worried about it, because it is contaminated fuel, and I'm maybe not quite sure as to what type of fuel has gone into these bikes. So hopefully no damage done, but the proof of the pudding in the eating we'll see later on.
I suppose the likes of the clerk of the course, Jeff, and that, they've got to make a split decision. I mean, one, like the decision today is the rider's safety and what it could do to the ground and things like that, and even the bikes.
Yeah.
But that decision's got to be made fairly quickly. I mean, would he make that on his own, or would there be like 2 or 3 of the committee which should do, is it the right thing to do, guys?
Well, I mean, there's people on hand. I mean, ultimately the responsibility falls on the clerk of the course, but ultimately
and the observers out on that area,
you've got a limited company that, that effectively organises and is responsible for the trial, and that's the Edinburgh District Motor Club Limited.
Okay.
There's certainly the chairman of that company's here, and there's about 50% of the directors work for the Scottish 6 Days Committee. So, a clerk of the course is a director, the secretary is a director. You get all this information in the public domain in the company's house. You can look it up yourself. Yeah. And Yeah, it's a difficult one. It wasn't planned. It wasn't in the plan for the trial. That's true.
You can't have a continuation plan for everything, can you? It's just not possible to do that in life.
It's not a deliberate thing. It's one of these
you've got to say, right, we've got to do this right now and make that decision.
Yeah.
Then I suppose ask questions afterwards if it comes to that.
It's like any business. If you've employed a contractor to do building work, there's all sorts of technicalities and that. You know, people have got to provide this and provide a health and safety, PPE. We all know what PPE stands for now. We never used to because of the pandemic. So you know, it's like everything nowadays. There's procedures and protocols. But this is one of these things that you don't really think you're going to have to legislate for. Because it's very unusual, so don't know how it's happened, no idea. There's theories about it, obviously, there always is, but until they do a proper examination as to what happened and where the fuel came from and how did it get into the distribution system, that'll all have to be looked at by the Army representatives, and that falls to the fuel manager, which is Sandy Mack. So he'll have to presumably give some kind of input to the committee to explain what's happened as well.
It happens. Things do happen in life, and it's just making sure it doesn't really happen again. That's it.
Learn from the mistakes and such. I mean, actually, one thing that they've learned over the years is that when the riders are out of the sections, there's a front number plate, but this year they've actually introduced a system where the riders were all issued with sticky labels, and they were encouraged to put these sticky labels on the back of their helmets, which you can see right now. I mean, there's 246 going by, 239. Helmet's a wee bit dirty, but it's better than nothing. And that is to help the observers, the hardy bunch of people that will be standing out in the pouring rain today. When a rider goes past, they're memorising the number, looking at the performance. The rider exits the ends cards, and then it was, what number was that again? You know, was it 240? Was it 230? What was it? And of course, if you've got the rider going away from you, you can't see the front plate. This thing on the back of the helmet's quite a good idea. It's a very good idea, because then you can see the number of the rider himself going out the section. I don't ride so much now, but when it comes to some club events, I've gone along and observed, and if you're standing at one point, you're seeing hopefully the whole section, obviously, but you can't be sure of the number the rider goes out. And sometimes when you go, what's your number? The guy's gone. And especially if you're using now, we don't use punch cards at home, we use observer sheets because of the pandemic, to reduce the amount of handling and contact. We went on to observer sheets, which are waterproof, which are brilliant. You just write on them a pencil or an indelible, one of these fine nibbed pens, alcohol-based pens, and it's great. But if the rider rides away, you go, damn, missed him. But if he's got his number on the back of his helmet, that's help. And an event like this, it's good news for the observers.
It seems so simple, but it makes a big difference, isn't it? That's the whole point.
Big difference, yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
So it is 8:15. We need to do the weather and play a tune and catch up on some of our sponsors and advertisers.
Yeah, maybe a shout.
And then we've got local news coming up around about 8:30. David Sedgwick, 8:45, should be down here doing Thought for the Day live from Parc Ferme.
Right.
And I guess we play a tune for Mrs. Dorothy. She's got one lined up there, isn't she?
She asked me for Journey. I don't have it lined up, but I will do.
Okay, no worries. We'll do that. And say come back. And we may catch up with a couple of riders.
Can do, yeah.
That work okay? There you go.
Okay. Sorry, hang on. I'm just deleting some things here because I've not done that bit yet. Right, here you go.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Rain clear in the south this morning, otherwise mainly dry during the morning. Thicker cloud with little rain will spread southeast during the afternoon. The East Highlands staying brighter until later. It's going to be warm in the east and a maximum high of 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. Looking at tonight, patchy rain dying out during the evening. Otherwise, it's going to be a dry night with some lengthy clear periods developing. It's going to be quite cold, though, with a touch of frost in places. Could be quite cold down here first thing. 2 degrees centigrade, 36 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
The grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been...
Thanks to Thistle Access for the use of their trailer. Thanks to Fort William Hire Centre for the use of the mast to get our area right up there. Thanks to Loch Ilnett for helping us get the signal out there. Thanks for Dale down at the hub, keeping us fed and watered. And also thanks to Pico, clothing, all that sort of stuff, which they've been helping us out as well by playing bits and pieces and putting an advert on. And Mr. Moffat's out in Parc, Ferme.
Yeah, I am indeed. Guy Kendrew, a late entrant, I believe, this year at the Scottish, is that correct?
Yeah, I got quite lucky. I entered and didn't get through the ballot and was 48th on the reserve list, so wasn't really expecting to get a ride, but there's obviously been quite a lot of withdrawals and got in last Monday tea time.
That would have been a bit of a shock to the system.
Yeah, it was. I wasn't expecting that phone call after work on a Monday, so I had a bit of a frantic week to get the bike ready and whatnot. had a little practice session Saturday morning to check everything was okay, and then before you know it, I'm away.
Now you're riding a beta this year?
Yeah, I'm back on a beta. It seems to suit me a lot better, a lot more forgiving. And so far, so good.
Good. And were you involved in the contamination of the fuel yesterday, or did you avoid that?
Got quite lucky, I think. I think we were literally 10, 15 minutes behind all that. So, yeah, managed to swerve that one.
So no issues. You just have to watch for water in the system today, though, because of the wet weather.
Yeah, I don't know what the forecast is going to do. Obviously, we've been early. It'd probably be better for us if it kept raining. If it dries up now and the water levels drop, it could be a bit of a disaster for us, but it'll do what it'll do. There's not much we can do about it.
Yeah, and they've removed the first group of sections already.
Yeah, 4 less to do on our early day, so that's a big bonus. Won't complain if they scrub anymore.
So best of luck, Guy.
Thanks, John. Cheers.
Okay, thanks very much. That's Guy Kendrew. The other guys that I wanted to interview are not within range of the camera. Is that okay? Can we just speak to them anyway? That's okay. I'll try and get some of the guys round the corner. Hopefully tell me if you lose signal or whatever. I'll just try and catch one of the local riders up here. I'm sure he's up here somewhere. I think we maybe... Are we still on? I think we're still on. Rider 258. This is David Hollands from Inverness. How are you faring so far, David?
Not too bad, John, thank you.
You broke your fingers before a few weeks ago.
It's still a bit slow, and towards the end of the day they're a bit tender, but too bad in general.
Quite enjoying it?
Oh, aye, loving it. Loving it.
A week off work?
Yeah, definitely, on the bike. What can possibly go wrong, John?
Absolutely right. So have a good day, David.
Cheers, buddy. Take it.
David Hollands, who works for a local company, Newco, and he actually was unfortunately had an accident at his work and broke 2 fingers, so he had 2 fingers sort of taped together. So that was Davy Hollands. Now we've got the Myers brothers from Cumbria here. Now which one's which? Which Myers are you?
David.
That's David Myers, both sons of Mike, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
2 brothers. You've ridden a few times?
Yeah, I think this is 8th time, is it? Yeah, Sam's 7.
Oh, right, so you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's good. Yep, trying to keep dry.
Brilliant. And how are you getting on in the Scorpa?
Not too bad, thanks, yeah.
Enjoying it?
All right, yeah, good. But
did you manage to avoid the fuel contamination yesterday? Get away with that?
yeah, I think so, yeah. The bike was running a bit funny in the morning, but it was afternoon, I think, when the contamination was happening, so...
Yeah. It's an unusual occurrence. It's not. I don't remember it happening before, to be fair, so hopefully everything gets sorted out.
Yeah, 2-stroke, 4-stroke or diesel.
That's it. Anyway, thanks to the Myers brothers from Cumbria. Their uncle Chris and their father Mike Myers rode back as far as the 70s. Mike Myers, he's the man that I actually rode round part of the Scottish with, and I do say part of the Scottish because unfortunately it's 325 Bultaco packed in on the, now when was it? Was it the Friday run, I think it was? A big end went, so it was unfortunate. But Mike, a very good rider, and his brother Chris, who rode many Scottish 6 days right up to the Yamaha TY 250 era, and both of those lads are motor engineers down in Cumbria.
There you go. All the information from Mr. Moffat, the guru, the trials guru.
The one disappointing thing for me has been that I've never been at a section yet where the electric bikes have been at.
No.
Which I was really looking forward to. I've seen them on the road, I've seen them in the Parc Ferme coming back in. There's a sort of slight whistling noise off them as they go past.
It's a strange noise.
It is actually. In fact, when I was walking down last night, or late yesterday afternoon, Gail Chatagno came in, and a typical electric vehicle, I didn't hear it coming, I nearly walked out in front of it. Yeah, very silent, but I would really have liked to have seen them perform in the section, see what they were like, but unfortunately every time I was at a particular section they'd already been, or they were going to be some time until they came through, so I've never actually seen them in action, unfortunately.
So what are your plans today? Where are you off to?
Today is what we call the road run day. It's around the Moidart Peninsula, which is absolutely fantastic when it's a sunny day.
Yeah.
So the whole team's going round in the van just to support Stephen and Daniel as they go round. So I think, well, obviously they'll be leaving a little bit later, I think, not much. So we'll be following them round, and We won't see much of the sections, to be fair, but it's all on the road. But at least we see them going across the hill, and we can sort of cut in front of them on the road and head them off at the pass, as it were.
You're out on sections yourself. We've got people taking part. You've got photographs and videos and any bits of interesting information. You can tweet and email it and Facebook it and WhatsApp it and all the stuff in its eye.
Indeed. I'll tell you what, we'll go for this in a formal manner. I'd have a note in on WhatsApp, actually, just worth mentioning, between 10 and 11 o'clock today in the Glenfinnan area, it's going to be extra busy because the steam train passes through.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people go and park up to watch the steam train going on its way to Mallaig. It's very popular.
It'll be returning around about 3 o'clock, so please bear that in mind if you are heading out that way today.
Yeah.
We'll be busy with people looking for that as well.
Well, most of the bikes, I think, at 3 o'clock would have been through that area, I think, roughly.
Yeah.
So might not be too bad, but yeah, just something to be aware of.
Definitely. Also, to get in touch, you can WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. You can text this on 82228, put Nevis at the start of your text, and that's charged at your normal network rate. You can email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can get us on the social media on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official. You can tweet us at Nevis Radio or use the hashtag SSDT2022.
And all the information is scrolling along the bottom of your screen. You're watching us on YouTube right now.
It's all there. And also, have you got a competition today? Because we've not talked about that.
A competition.
Yeah, we have. Do we do it now?
You can do it now, or do you want to do news first?
Are you talking to me here?
Yeah.
We
got lined up.
We can do news, or say you can
do
put
news. Let's do news, because that's the right time for that. Then we'll come back and do the competition.
All right. Now, are you doing news?
Yes.
Or you are? Okay. I'm just making sure so I know what's going on.
I've decided I've done it for the rest of the week. Might as well finish doing it this way.
All right. Okay. So it's news time.
Yeah.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM, this is Nevis Radio News.
A Ballahooch-based nursing care home has been rated top out of 800 similar establishments in Scotland. Abbeyfield House was the second on a care home league table compiled by the Times Scotland newspaper, following a report by the Care Inspectorate. The number one spot was taken by Campbell Snowdon House, also run by Abbeyfield Group, in Bridge of Weir, which is a residential-only facility. Almost one-third of care homes visited were classed as high risk by inspectors, while about 350 were rated medium risk, and 200, including Abbeyfield, ranking low risk, according to the Care Inspectorate. Their rigorous inspection covers four main areas: the quality of care and support, the quality of the environment, the quality of the staff, and the management and leadership. In every category, Abbeyfield excelled, scoring a maximum of 6 across the board. Abbeyfield House Manager Louise Duffy said, "We are delighted to have been named the top nursing care home in Scotland. We could not have achieved this without the fantastic staffing team, support from the Board of Trustees, as well as the support from residents, families and the wider community. Thank you to you all." Scottish Care welcomed the high rating for resident wellbeing for 2/3 of homes, but acknowledged the challenge is that we need to see improvement in the other third. The Care Inspectorate is moving to a new scrutiny assessment tool, SAT, which will still rank homes with a risk indicator of low, medium and high. Everyone in Scotland has the right to good quality, compassionate care, which meets their needs and respects their rights, said an Inspectorate spokesperson. In other news, there was a warm Fort William welcome for the captain, crew and passengers of the first large cruise liner to drop anchor in Loch Lynny this season. Sarah Kennedy, Company Secretary of the Fort William Marina and Shoreline Community Interest Company, commented on the visit of MS Maud, which carries up to 530 passengers. "We were really delighted how the whole visit from MS Maud went, and the weather was amazing, which always cheers folk up. The passengers and crew loved being greeted by the piper, Laura Robson, and there were some toe-tapping moments and dancing when the first tender came alongside. Quite a few of the passengers visited the museum. Some went to Inverlochy Girls and got the train to Mallow, while others went on the organised tours up to Nevis Range, walked to Still Falls on a scenic drive to Glencoe. The SSDT trial bikes parade through the town was quite an attraction too." Sarah added that the captain of the 16,000-tonne MS Maud, Captain Eric Hung, was delighted with his gift, which was presented by Pam Weller of Nevis Radio. The presentation of a beautiful painting of Ben Nevis and Fort William by Chris Evans was kindly donated by Drew Purden of the House of Chamfrey. Captain Eng was also given a bottle of Ben Nevis whisky, a jar of local honey and a candle made of local beeswax, and also a handwritten card and photograph of Ben Nevis welcoming him and his passengers and crew to Fort William. The captain and a lot of the crew also came on shore to enjoy all that was happening in the town, and there were clearly a lot of happy purchases being taken back on board. Mr. Kennedy added the MS Sport is scheduled to come back 3 times this year, and we look forward to welcoming the largest number of cruise ships coming to Fort William. It's going to be 18 in total during 2022. Weather-wise, rain clear in the south this morning, otherwise mainly dry. Down a thicker cloud with a little rain will spread southeast during the afternoon. The East Highland will stay dry and bright, warmer in the east. The maximum high is going to be 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. That is your local news for Friday, the 6th of May.
I don't know if the guys behind you want to know that it's the news, but
it's got a bit noisy down here.
Just a touch.
I do apologise. I can't even hear myself, and that's the problem. But there you go. That is your local news. So
that was the news under extreme conditions. Well, of course, you see, we've got the situation where there's been a fuel contamination issue with the trial yesterday, and some of the guys are giving their bikes a start to check them over that they've maybe had this contaminated fuel. And of course they're trying to test them to see if they're working correctly or whether they need some more work done on their bikes at the manufacturers. But anyway, moving on, we've got the competition this week that's been ongoing for goodie bags and umbrellas, supplied a combination of Michelin and Motorex Oil of Switzerland. So thanks for these companies for donating this for the quiz during the week. The goodie bag for Friday, the 6th of May?
6th of May, it is.
6th of May. So we have, who is the Trial Magazine editor? That's the first question. Who is the editor of Trial Magazine? He's also the editor of Classic Trial Magazine, but that's the question. Who is the Trial Magazine editor? Second attempt to win a goodie bag and umbrella. What machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days trial? Now remember, that was the last trial that was run before the COVID pandemic, 2019. What machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days trial? There you go.
There's some nice goodie bags and brollies and things like that happening all right through to tomorrow as well, including tomorrow.
Yeah, and I actually made a mistake. Rider number 193 was first away today. And I've forgotten his name already. He's a German rider. So that was 193 was first away, not 245. 245 is away tomorrow, Saturday, and that's Andy McDonald. So it's 193 was first away. The first group of sections have now been officially taken or removed from the trial route today because of floodwater. So as we were saying earlier, we were asking about what would the going be like. I mean, obviously very wet. The moors will be soaking wet now because they've had a full day of rainfall, and obviously it depends what the catchment areas are like for the different parts of the route. That's all dependent on how much rainfall they've had overnight.
It's coming down a bit now, that old rain again.
Yeah, it stopped completely when I went for the tea. I was quite surprised because it actually did brighten up and stop, and there was no rain at all. But when I went into the hub to get the coffees and teas from the Crofter suppliers in there, very many thanks to them. I came back out and it had started up again. So yeah. There you go.
I'm looking at it driven off camera 2 at the moment. There's a lot of water out there. We had to move camera 2 into the dry now because it's just getting ridiculous. But yeah, it's not nice.
I think we would have struggled badly if it hadn't been for David Dignan, supplying the awning this year, which is really welcome. It's needing a couple of repairs now because the wind's been at it, but it's not a brand new one, but it's very usable and it's done its job.
It's still got life left in it yet?
Oh yeah, I would say so. And these things are a godsend because when people are out in events, big events abroad, you don't know what kind of weather you've got to get, and trying to work on bikes in the pouring rain is not fun. But there's many riders servicing just now out here in the Parc Ferme, and they're just making sure some of them are running correctly after the unfortunate incident of the fuel contamination.
There you go. All up to date here with the Scottish 6 Days trial. We haven't done full results yet, which we need to do at some point.
Yeah.
You're not got any highlighter yet because it's probably going to run all over the place.
Yeah, the problem with the results is, of course, it comes in paper-based format, and of course, in this weather, it goes rather damp. So we'll see what we can do. We'll run through the top 10 again, and the lead at the moment is Jack Peace. And second place at the moment is Dougie Lampkin, so there's been a swap over there since yesterday, so quite interesting.
Would
but
Dougie be annoyed at that, or would he just say, okay,
it depends on where he was in the start position. So a lot depends on that, because obviously the front runners have a not so good a day. But I don't think he was at the start yesterday. I don't think he was at the front, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would have been disadvantaged yesterday in particular. So it'll be interesting to see what the scores come back after today's run, because obviously the conditions are a wee bit extreme.
Yeah, no, definitely. It is not very nice out there at all.
Yeah.
And so it's been interesting how the actual electric bikes deal with it, 'cause I suppose they've never actually been... I mean, they must always put them underwater, imagine, to test them.
Oh, yeah.
But to actually ride them in competition, water finds other places to get in, doesn't it?
Well, that's always the thing. But the same sort of thoughts came about when the 4RT Montesa was developed by Amos Bilbao in 2004. The trial that they tested it on, the most notable trial they tested it on was the Scott trial back in 2004, and they said, it'll struggle through the burns because the streams, because of the height of the water that you get in the Scott, and it's a time and observation trial. Went through the trial, absolutely no problem at all. Obviously it's the connectors, the electronic connectors, electrical connections that they were concerned about, but you know, Montesa Honda got it right from the very start, and very few riders ever have any trouble with electrical connections on the Montesa. Sometimes you get a little bit of resistance built up with wires that are getting a bit old, but a wiring harness at that time was something like about 28 quid. So it wasn't the end of the world. It was just a bit of a pain to fit if you didn't know how to fit one. But I remember our David had a second-hand 4RT that he rode in the Scottish, and a couple of weeks before it kept cutting out when you were on full right rudder, you know, when you're full right lock, and it was as if the kill switch was coming in. And what it was a bit of corrosion on the wires at the coil. So all we did was we got a wiring loom and short wiring and put that on. It corrected the problem without any problems further beyond that.
Simple fixes. Yeah, we know about water and connections from this morning, I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing, yeah.
And they say that we've come to like what may have caused that now, which is making life a bit more bearable for us. When you come out, you think that wasn't like that yesterday, but we understand a few more things have happened. So we'll be discussing that at our after-show meeting.
Yeah,
so,
good.
A tune for Dan, I believe.
Okay.
Yep, I'm going to move to Dan. Here we go. Tell you what, we can do this. Right. Right. There you go. No, you turn the other way. Mrs. W, other camera. There you go. Where is he? There he is. I can't even, it's so wet.
There's a shadowy figure in the corner there.
This is Dan, a.k.a. Lucy. You got your picture in the paper or in Facebook yesterday.
I did.
And a few comments.
I didn't look at them.
It wasn't Crime Watch.
It might have been.
Not this time.
So you've been here all week. I mean, this is your first time down at 6 Days Trial, yeah?
It is, aye.
And?
It's good.
You're enjoying it. At first day you looked a bit not sure about this.
It's all right now, though. The cover.
He's happy under the cover. So you got a tune then?
You smell that? It smells like Teen Spirit to me.
There you go. You got it?
I'm tapping away. We're getting there. We're getting there. Right, yeah, we can do that. We'll do that, have a break, and we'll be back with you guys.
And the camera's tilted up to the... There you go. Yeah, come back to us after that. We'll do Thought for the Day, hopefully.
The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smart. The world.
Okay, Lochaber, building a destination of choice.
The Scottish 6-day trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
It is day 5 on the 6th of May. It gets very confusing on these 5s and 6s. They're too close together. We normally have a bit more sort of separation, but delighted to be joined by David Secretary in person.
I know, it's great to be down here again.
When was the last time we met? It's got to be about 3 years ago in person.
Yeah,
we've done lots of talking, but...
Absolutely. Talked a lot on the radio, but we've not
so
actually
good,
seen
isn't
it. I know it's brilliant to see each other again, actually. Yeah,
shaking hands, and it's still keeping
big hug.
Common sense there. It's really nice.
Well, I feel as though I've got the golden ticket because I've had the 3 vaccinations and I've had it. So that
you've had it as well.
Yep.
How did it affect you?
2 days of fluey symptoms and then really knackered, tired afterwards.
It is the
really
tiredest, people say, is the worst thing.
But now I'm feeling fine, actually, and had 2 weeks in Rwanda, and it's just been great getting the sun there. And
was it really nice? Good. I mean, it is hot out there, I'm assuming. Very hot.
It's about 25 degrees, but it's about 5,000 feet, so it's sort of it's a really nice climate, actually. But it was the rainy season, so when it did rain, it was more than Fort William rain there. But it was short periods of time, and then it dries out, and it's warm rain as well.
And you're out there, you're actually training up their doctors to do procedures.
So basically, Rwanda's a population of about 12.5 million. There's about 100 consultant surgeons for that 12.5 million, and they're training the young surgeons. And so we were doing specifically hernia repairs, because hernias are very common out there. And so we were teaching them as a team of us from Plymouth and up here and from Berlin, teaching 8, I think it was, trainees. And so we took them for a week, and they each did 10 hernias with us. Right. And so by the end of that, they're actually capable of doing them on their own, and so it's great.
That must be so rewarding to actually sort of pass on what you've learned over the years. And,
absolutely.
You know, just letting somebody else, say another country, be more, I suppose, self-sufficient in doing the right procedures, I suppose.
Yeah, no, it is, and to do it right.
Which we take for granted in a way.
Yeah, well, you do here, absolutely right, and it's great to be able to do that and to see them, because I've actually seen them before when they were first-year trainees, because these were fourth-year trainees. So in the first year, we do a basic surgical skills course with them, where we actually teach them the basics of surgery, suturing bowel, repairing a tendon, repairing an artery, that sort of thing. And so now I'm seeing them 3 or 4 years on, and they've really grown in their skills and their maturity as surgeons.
I suppose confidence as well.
Yeah,
so that's got to play a big part in that game.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do, but to sort of go in there with, say knowing what you know.
Well, it is, and that's the important thing, actually, and you do, because the thing is, you don't know what you don't know.
No.
and that's
life.
That's a worrying thing sometimes with people, isn't it?
No, definitely.
On that, actually. Yeah, no, it's great.
As the country's gone through some devastating things in history, and how's it now? Is it a sort of much better place?
I mean, it's interestingly, colonially, they split the races there to Tutsis and Hutus. And the Hutus were the sort of ruling, well, the Tutsis were originally the ruling race, and then the Hutus took over. And then they made a decision that they were going to get rid of the Tutsis. And they basically named them as cockroaches and said, we need to get rid of these people. And so when the presidents of Burundi and Rwanda were shot down from their planes, they basically they had this genocide that started, and there was almost 1 million killed by the neighbours in 100 days. I mean, and we just watched it. You know, the UN peacekeepers were there. They kept saying, "Look, there's a genocide going on here," and we as the West just watched it. But now they're building a new country, and whatever you hear about President Paul Kagame, not all of it is true. He's actually seems to me to be a very genuine guy, and building a really good country with equality and good education, good health, and everything else.
Which is an amazing turnaround.
Absolutely, yeah, it is. No, it's really exciting going there. And that's about my 10th or 11th visit.
Yeah, I know. And when's your next one?
September.
Okay.
Yeah, Palestine in 2 weeks though.
Your diary and your wife and family must. I mean, it's a certain way of life, isn't it?
She feels it's a rest actually.
Okay, fair enough. We're just going to do Thought of the Day, but I mean, we just want to thank you and your team and Morag and that who put this all together for Nevis Radio all the way through the year. Well, and it just brings something just to make people sit down and think.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, John, for actually enabling it. And you and Simon are great. Actually, it's brilliant, really good.
Yeah, I'm going to give you. You carry on.
Okay. Good morning, Simon, John, and to all the listeners. During this week, I want us to think about journeys and relate different aspects of our personal journeys to faith in God. We've thought about the direction we're going in our lives, some of the things that can divert us off track, that we're not making the journey alone, and yesterday, that we're going to face the unexpected crashes in our lives, and we need to look for the positives in the cracks where the light comes in. Today, I want to think about our destination. Jesus talked a lot about our homecoming, that this life is transitory, but that there's something that is going on forever. You might say to me that this is just wishful thinking, sort of pie in the sky when you die. Jesus talked of heaven being like a precious pearl, a wedding feast to which everyone is invited, but not everyone accepts the invitation. He said you don't have to earn or pay for what your ticket to heaven. Many of you might say, well, this life is all there is. I don't believe in this afterlife. A Romanian pastor, Richard Vormbrandt, who was imprisoned for his faith, likened this disbelief in eternal life to a baby inside its mother's womb. The baby thought it had all it needed, warmth and protection from its mother, a constant supply of food and oxygen. If you said to the baby that in a few months' time you're going to be pushed out of this protective environment into a world where you can see and hear properly, those arms and legs are going to be used to enable you to walk and climb trees and experience far more than you have now, would the baby say, "Nah, I'm quite happy here where I am, and I don't believe there's anything outside where I am"? How much is that baby missing out on? As you all know, there are two inevitable events for us in our lives. We're born, and at some point we die. How much thought have you given to the question, what happens when I die? Jesus had thought a lot about this, spoke about it a lot, and then experienced it. Not in the way that you and I will, I hope, but by being executed by one of the most cruel methods of capital punishment, crucifixion. The great thing for us is the story doesn't end there, because after 3 days, he came back to life. If you find it hard to believe, take a moment to look at the evidence for his resurrection. Frank Morrison was convinced that the story about Jesus rising from the dead wasn't true, and he started to write a book about it. But something happened as he studied the evidence, and he became convinced of the truth of the resurrection, writing the book, Who Moved the Stone? So we have a trailblazer who's gone before, the lead climber who has literally overcome the crux of our lives to promise a life for eternity. Curtis Mayfield sings a song, People Get Ready, about the destination for our lives, heaven. There's a train a-coming, and you don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith, and you don't need no ticket, you just thank the Lord. This was certainly true for the thief on the cross, that next to Jesus, as he said, Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom. Jesus answered to him, truly I tell you, today you'll be with me in paradise. There's hope of a wonderful destination for all of us on our journey. A great song reflecting the power of what Jesus has done is going out in a blaze of glory. Mike Peters, who leads the alarm and now sings with Big Country, knows what his destination is in life. Do you? Thanks for listening. Going out in a blaze of glory by the alarm.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
And Trial Magazine.
We are back down at Parc Ferme. It's got a bit noisy down there. Lots of bikes testing their fuel, I think, is the issue.
Yeah, they are. They're giving their bikes a wee run, which is unusual because you're only supposed to bring your bike up to the start with a dead engine and then start it within a minute. But there's heaps of bikes being tested in the car park at the moment, probably about 10 or 11 at one go. They're just warming them up and then giving them a clear out to see if they perform okay because of the yesterday's fuel contamination issue.
So how do you
The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool man looks smooth. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do cool man look smooth. The world time has come to.
Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 5, I forgot about the news there. We're just sort of bledding away to David about broadcasting outside here, and it is a challenge.
It is a challenge, but that's...
Grab that one.
Okay, I've got that one. Thanks, John. Thanks very much. Yeah, got one. Yeah.
Not sure. Yeah, but it's a challenge down here. The weather and everything else and the noises.
But I'm amazed at the way that you actually make it happen. Actually.
You're
it's
amazed.
Fantastic. It's fantastic. No, it really is. It's great, and it's a really important part of the season here, and it's part for Nevis Radio to actually be able to broadcast this all over the world.
Yeah, and that's why we feel it's our sponsors now, and that's why they've got involved with us. And it's the, let's say, the launch that they've got, what they appreciate what we're trying to do here. It is, you know, work. It's been a radio station. We've had its ups and downs.
Yep, absolutely.
And sort of come through and sort of try what we're doing.
Yeah.
Get support from people as well.
Certainly looking at the cameras and things that you've got down here now, they're fantastic. I mean, they really are.
You're in HD now.
Yeah, I know.
So we started with little
that.
GoPro things and little handy cams and that before.
Yeah, I know.
And,
absolutely
you're
right.
To now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes a huge difference, doesn't it?
And to get the message out there around the world as well. And people which can't be here and they've got family and friends up here to actually see what they're doing.
Yep.
We're getting a lot of feedback on it.
Absolutely. Yep. No, it's great.
So what are you up to today? Anything exciting?
Nothing special today, actually. I had a really good afternoon yesterday with First Sit, and I took Chris Robinson, who's one of the retired GPs up here. I don't think he'd ever been to, and he's been here for 30, 40 years, he'd never been to any of the sections. Yeah. So we went up to First Sit, and then met Stephen Brown, who's a GP from Kinlochleven, and he's a real petrol head, actually. He loves the rallying, and he's a navigator, and he's done something like 12 or 13 rallies already this season. Wow. He goes down to Wales and all over the place with them, actually, and he's a great GP. He was a trainee with us in the Belford at one point. Wow, and he's on the mountain rescue team in Glencoe as well. Very fit lad.
I bet.
It's like a whippet, it looks like now, actually. It's amazing going up the hills.
And you brought us a little package down.
I have, yeah. My wife, packages. Frances,
that sounds so wrong. You brought us little foil packages down to Parc Ferme. Oh, here we go. But it's nothing like that.
No, you eat them, you don't do anything else with them, okay?
So fruit loaf.
Yeah, made by Francis yesterday, because I was actually going to do the baking, but I didn't get back till about 7 or half 7 last night, actually, for the from being at First Sit, actually. But so it was good for her. She's a great baker. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much. I always ask, how's the polytunnel?
Polytunnel's doing amazing. So we've got the strawberries are in full flower and some fruiting now, but they aren't actually ripe yet. The tatties are coming through, the raspberries are flowering, carrots and baked beetroot are doing all right, but I'm loving it.
Let's come out and have a look. I will do
you
that
should.
one day.
No, do. That'd be great, John.
Come and see
come and have a cup of tea and see the place. Give you
always a pleasure.
Yeah, and you.
Say what you said. Thanks for everything you do for us.
Not at all.
With the thoughts of the days and the general support, you're always a jolly nice chap.
Yeah.
See, David said jolly nice chap. That's what it's about, isn't it? You were going to catch. I know we've got to do weather and stuff like that. We've got a rider out there. We're going to try and catch up.
Thank you, David, for coming in today. I always appreciate you coming in and the food and the little foil packages you bring. He nearly got mistaken for Jeff Horn there as Clark the course. They thought it was Jeff. I think he's just trying his bike out at the moment. He's not ready to go yet, for what I can believe. Rider 285. Gary McLennan. Now, you're riding a Fantech 200. You're doing it for charity, but you're also doing it for the fun. Did you have any problems with the fuel yesterday? Are you okay?
No, John, there's a lot of people say this bike looks like a tractor and a spot of diesel doesn't make much difference to it.
Well, there you go. Now, how have you been faring so far with your buddy Paul Patterson?
Very good. Paul's been doing well. We've both been doing well. In every night, not many problems. A bent back brake, it's all been good, John. I would say less problems with the old bike than we had with the new bikes. And I'm looking at Gavin. Gavin's what height? Gavin's 6'8", 6'9",
something like that.
And he's sat in that wee seat. Look at this.
Aye, look at that.
I've got the
it's
memory
quality.
Memory foam seat, sat all the way up to Piper's Burn today.
Comfort. Now, the Just Given page, how's it doing?
We're up to 8,500, so we're at 85% of the target. The dream's always to be to get over 10,000. John, they do an amazing job, the Macmillan nurses. I'd urge everybody just to, give a wee donation. We don't know, we might need them next week or next month or next year or whatever, so it's good to look after things like that, John, But I done it this year in the old bike. I'm not doing another one next year. I doubt my body could take it, John, you know.
Yeah, wise decision, but I'm hoping you'll get round for the Saturday. We'll look forward to seeing you.
I hope so. I think the bike will get round. It's a case of nursing the old body around. There's 50 years in the body and 40. We're 90 together, John, you know.
Combined age.
Combined age of 90.
Well, that's great, and Gary, best of luck and hope the bike runs well today.
No bother. Thank you very much, John. Thank you.
That's Gary McLennan, local rider. Gary the Fish, as he's known locally, and riding the 200 Fantech for charity this year. And that's Mr. Sedgwick getting away in his Orbit Italia bike there. Fit man.
Are you the clerk of the course? Are you the guy I got to speak to?
Well, yeah, they were wanting to speak to Jeff Horn, and it was just because he was sitting facing the camera and he's got one of these high-vis jackets on so he doesn't get knocked off his bike, and they honestly thought it was Jeff Horn, so there we have it.
Class, absolutely class, but always very nice to catch up with David.
Absolutely right, and the thought for the day makes people think.
It is just that, 10 minutes, just sit back and think, okay.
Yeah.
There are things happening.
Time out,
maybe
there are
sit
things.
back and think about stuff, and in people's lives.
And he has an exciting life going all over the world, teaching young surgeons the tricks of the trade, as it were. And yeah, absolutely brilliant. And he's operated on quite a few of the riders at the Scottish 6 Days Trial that have come to grief, broken bones and things like that. So he's... and everybody thought he was a great guy, so up at the Belford when he was working there.
I was proud to say I've got one of his stars on my body.
Have you?
That's sad, isn't it? But no, he's a top guy. And when he was, say, working at the Belford, you knew you were in safe hands.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's gives a lot of people a lot of confidence and everything like that. So it's great, yeah.
So 6 Days Trial, it is day 5.
Yep.
On the 6th.
It is.
5 on the 6th. We're here right through until tomorrow afternoon when the very last rider leaves Parc Ferme. What we'll do is come back and maybe have a look at the route, have a look at the scores, catch up on a few other things. The competition needs to reiterate those questions again, because we've done that quite enough today.
Okay. To be honest, see if you do the a bit of a competition recap now, we'll give the details out, do some weather, and then we'll have a catch-up. How's that sound?
That sounds like a plan.
So you want the details of the questions for today, competition, which has been supported this year by Michelin and also Motorex Oils of Switzerland. Really nice brolly, they have a green one. So today is Friday, day 5, the goodie bag and umbrella. The first question is, who is the Trial Magazine editor? So that's who is the Trial Magazine editor. You can look that up. The goodie bag, the second goodie bag and umbrella. What machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days Trial? Which machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days Trial? That was the last Scottish 6 Days to be run before the dreaded pandemic.
Simple as that. And if you'd like to enter that competition, all you've got to do is get in touch with us here at the studio in a various number of ways. You can WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. You can text us here at 82228. Just put Nevis at the start and text our charge to your normal network rate for that. You can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can get us on social media on Instagram, Facebook and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, and you can tweet us at Nevis Radio or use the hashtag SSDT 2022.
Share those pictures, share those videos, and later today.
Indeed, we've got a couple lined up. And say, if you are listening and you think, what are they talking about because they were watching videos, you can find our YouTube feed under Nevis Radio Official, or say just type in Nevis Radio and it pops up, to be honest. Or you can listen if you're watching and you want to go out and you want to carry on. You can download our app on iOS or Android for free and carry on listening, or you can listen on FM on 96.6, 97.0, 102.3 and 102.4, or your smart speaker.
When you get home, want to hear a bit more from me and myself and John Moffat, you can listen to it all on Catch Up.
Yeah, we've got catch-up links already up for previous days on our Mixcloud, which again is Nevis Radio Official. We have been sharing them on social media, and again, if you want to go back and watch the videos on YouTube, they are available for you to watch back at your own leisure.
There you go, you see.
Fantastic adverts as well, because of the copyright issues with YouTube. You're playing the Michelin adverts, and they're really quite entertaining in themselves.
And you'd like your advert up there, get in contact with us. We can do that for next year.
Yeah, I say it was new for us this year to put in as a bit of a trial to see if it could get us around the copyright issues of music on YouTube, and it seems to be doing the job. So yeah, we've got ability to play video adverts.
Definitely. So, weather time, tune time. Tune time, you need to choose a tune, don't you, Simon?
Do I?
Yeah, well, you don't have to.
All right. Okay. Now you've put me on the spot now. I've not really thought about that.
All right.
Because I can't even do that while you're doing the weather, because I need to pay attention to what you're doing.
What about Chubel? I haven't played that one for a while.
Chubel. Oh, we haven't, have we?
Quite like that as an upbeat little ditty. Bit of saxophone on a Thursday, on a Friday.
On a Friday. Right, okay. Are you ready with the weather?
Oh, I am. Primed.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
Rain clear in the south this morning, otherwise mainly dry during the day. Thicker cloud and little rain will spread southeast during the afternoon. These highlands staying bright until later. Going warm in the east with a maximum high across Loch Harbour, 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. Got a fair way to go till it gets that high here. Tonight, patchy rain dying out during the evening. Otherwise, it's going to be dry with some lengthy clear periods. It could be a cold night with a touch of frost dropping down to 2 degrees centigrade, 36 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
Morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
proud to be supporting the Scottish 6 Days Trial.
GCF Joiners and Contractors are the longest established construction company in the Loch Harbour area. We are experts in new builds, extensions, renovations, kitchens and bathrooms. Firestone EPDM flat roofing systems, backed by a full 20-year guarantee. UPVC windows and doors supplied and fitted by GCF, backed by full 10-year guarantee. Find out more at gcfjoiners.co.uk or speak to our team on 01397 703 547. West Highland Timber Preservation are experts in timber treatment, wet and dry rot, rising damp and insect attack. Backed by a 30-year guarantee. Call 01397 700 911.
The Nevis Breakfast Show is sponsored by Developing the Young Workforce West Highland, bridging the gap between businesses and schools.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
There you go, 6 Days Trial, live from Parc Ferme, West End Car Park. It's sort of clearing up a little. It's a bit of blue sky, I daren't say this, but up in the high stuff, the sky, there's blue sky. What do you say? Nobody's saying anything, which is quite good.
Yeah, I think I just savour that moment.
I wish I could just climb under it and sort of get a bit of warmth, because I'm not going to lie, it's quite chilly down
Well,
there.
how do we look at the radar picture earlier on? I think it's meant to pick up a bit this afternoon, but obviously this morning not so the case.
Thank you to all our sponsors, Michelin Tyres, Trial Magazine, Thistle Access, Fort William Tool Hire, Lockhill Net. Who else we got? We got Dale down at the hub there from the Crofter Bar, and all our advertisers and everybody else helping make us put this on today. And of course, Nevis Bakery, bit of shortbread, just had a bit of that my first bit in the morning.
It's all good.
Makes a nice bit of change. Mr. Moffat's looking at his phone. Is
he?
Nokia wind up.
He's probably playing Snake or something. Anyway, we've got plenty of people entering for today's competition, which is great. We'll keep that rolling. However, I think I've had a wee dig through. We've got some videos sent to us yesterday.
Right.
I've uploaded a short handful onto the Twitter feed we've been using. So if Mr. Moffat would like to assume the position, he can maybe talk us through one of the sections which
He's
David...
not got his ears and he's not listening.
Is he not?
No.
Ah, typical.
He's sorting other stuff. He's sending you a message apparently, but
that
I
what's
think we've
popped
got
up, is
somebody
it?
coming down to talk to us tomorrow. We'll be on the phone tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
And you got somebody to talk to at 9:30. Is that
Yeah,
still on?
I'll be sorting that out very shortly. But I say we've got a couple of videos from yesterday where our colleague David was out on sections spectating, and he's taken a couple of videos for us to have a look at. I believe they're up in Glencoe, I think. Might sound like I half know what I'm on about here, but I think that's where they are.
I hear you now, yeah, okay.
So we've got a couple of bikes going through for you to have a wee look at and share your thoughts with.
There you go. He's just looking at it.
I'm looking at it. This is Glencoe, is it?
I think so. I'm not sure.
No,
I'm not sure.
That's earlier footage from Lower Mamoa, and that's Stephen Moffat. I think we actually had this
That's
before.
yesterday's, wasn't it? We saw, yeah.
No, that was his early day, so whatever that was, Wednesday.
That was yesterday's one. I said there's a couple of fresh ones up there. Let me just double check, make sure I've actually got them in the right place here.
That was just showing you how slippery the burns were for the early runners in the trial this week. Anybody who's out front, first runners, they have the work to do because the sections have been sort of left fallow for a couple of years and a lot of slime on them.
Yeah, I think if our video operator wants to scroll down a little bit, they appeared further down. I don't know why they've done that. I thought this stuff appeared in like date order, but it doesn't appear to be the case this time round.
Technology, eh? Love it.
But no, we've got a couple of new videos a little bit further down the feed there.
I thought I recognised the thing when it was sitting.
Well, we saw get that sort of say it has been a lot noisier than usual around here, and that is very good reason. There's been a bit of a mishap on the fueling somewhere. The fuel's got contaminated.
Yeah, contaminated fuel's been issued to some of the riders, quite a number by the sound of things. And they've been testing their bikes this morning. Normally,
which is very unusual, isn't it? Because they're normally not allowed to do that till they start.
Yeah, they're not allowed to start until they come under starters orders with a fruit card. But what they've been doing is just testing the bikes this morning to see if they're running okay before they actually start the trial. So they've been given extra time to work on them. And also the route has changed slightly in that they've scrubbed the Doyer Dam sections. The group at Group A, the first group, is out of the trial now, and they're monitoring the rest of the course just because of the rainfall we had through the night.
There you go. And the clerk of the course is back in Parc Ferme. We normally wouldn't hang around this much, but obviously there's been a few issues. He's been trying to sort that out and communicate with people.
Yeah, puts the clerk of the course under a lot more pressure.
Because he is the chief of this race, isn't he? He's the...
Yeah, he's
where it all stops.
the equivalent in racing is there is a name for it now. Race
controller, race director.
That's right, race director, and it's clerk of the course and trials under ACU regulations, and that's Jeff's job. But it's actually his final year doing the Scottish 6 Days trial. He's done it 11 times, and as far as we're aware, David Dignan will be taking over for the 2023 trial.
I think we're going to try and catch up with both of those tomorrow. Is that the plan?
Yeah, that's the idea.
I think so. I think we should have that video lined up for you now, John.
Well, there you go.
All right, I've got it now. Yeah. This is down in Glencoe. This looks like could be Clackegg, is it? Certainly think it is. Now, what do you want to know? That's the question.
Still gone quiet everywhere.
He's gone quiet. He's gone away to do something, obviously. So, obviously, this is. If you haven't seen this before, this is one of the sections of the Scottish 6 Days trial. The riders line themselves up at the begins cards and then make an attempt. The rider's just sitting there waiting to go. He's balancing up. Off he goes. Up through the sections, through the marker cards. Has to keep his bike in between the cards.
These are the little flags you're talking about.
Yeah,
down the route.
little marker cards each side.
Yeah.
The blue on the left, the red on the right. That looks like a clean to me. That's Harry Lampkin on the Vertigo. Nice attempt, nice and smooth. I'm not sure. Bit of feedback.
I know, that's first time this week. Blimey. Don't know why it's come in.
Who caused that then?
Don't know.
So there you go. That's kind of what we've managed to get from our reporter on the field, so to speak, from David, who's been out spectating this week.
Okay.
Any other social media messages to catch up with?
I'll be honest, I'm writing down frantically all the people that were in today's competition. Because we've got so many different ways of getting in touch, being involved here, it's been a bit crazy, to be honest. I've even got Jordan Dewey listening out in Israel today.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he rides trials as well, Jordan Dewey.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure where he comes from. Whether it's somewhere like Cumbernauld or somewhere down the central belt, I think. So he's out in Israel. My goodness, people all over the world.
Do you think we should have a look at the results?
Yeah, we've got the results here somewhere. I haven't done
See,
a lot of...
if you guys want to do results, I can kind of tee up the next wee bit we've got coming up, because we've got something coming up a bit different in about 5 or so minutes, so that might fit in quite nice.
Yeah, just get it out of the way and just keep it on up today, because we haven't done it. We've sort of gone out of sequence the way things have been working down here today. It's been a bit frantic, shall we say. There's another motorcycle manufacturer, isn't it?
Close. Fantic.
I know.
Frantic. Yeah. Do you want me to do the results now?
Yep.
Yeah. So the results after day 4, which was a Thursday, of the Scottish 6 Days Trial 2022. In the lead now is rider 210 on MRS Sherco. That's Jack Peace. He's in first position at the moment on 5 marks lost, so he's got the yellow leaderboard on his bike at the moment. Dougie Lampkin's in second position, rider number 67 on the Vertigo. He's on 6 marks lost. Richard Sadler in fourth position. He's on 9 marks lost. James Dable also on 9 in 5th position on the Beta. Billy Green on the Scorpa on 11 marks lost for 6th position. Holding 7th position is Michael Brown on 12 marks lost on a gas. Guy Kendrew on the Beta, we interviewed him earlier, on 14 marks. He's in 8th position. 9th position is Ross Danby on 19, and Dan Thorpe in 10th position on 22. Now we do have other results that I can flick over. Hold on a sec.
He's flipping pages.
Scottish riders in the Scottish 6 Days Trial. Let's see who's up the top there. Right, Duncan McCall on a Beta, he's on 22. Joe Dawson on a TRRS, he's in second position with the Scottish Riders 41. Andy Anderson, former Scottish Trials champion, in third position on a Scorpio 81. Callum Murphy in fourth position on 122. Also on 122 is Lewis Byron on a Beta in fifth position. Alan Ian McMaster, local rider from Fort William, in sixth position in the Scots, 127. Malcolm Summers from Kennaway and Fife, riding under the Army banner, in 7th position on 129. With 143 marks is Jordan Hayes from Tomatin, he's in 8th position. Ross Murray from Tain is in 9th position on 152. And Gareth Palmer from Loch Tay He's in 10th position on 167. So those are the local riders and the Scottish riders after day 4 of the Scottish 6 days, which was the Thursday, the 5th of May. Now on Friday, the 6th of May, this is Road Run Day out on the Moidart Peninsula. Very scenic, and would you believe it? Dare I say it? In Fort William at this present time in the car park, the sun is actually shining.
I've ventured out into the car park. I thought, I've got to have a bit of a stretch. We've been doing quite a lot of sitting down more than we normally do today, just trying to keep out the wind and the rain. And I've got to say, blue sky.
Blue sky?
The car park. How long it's going to last, I don't know, but it's stuff coming up and down the loch, which isn't nice.
Yeah. Can't see the sun, but it is there, and it's coming through the clouds right now, and the mist is lifting, but still a wee bit muggy down Loch Linney. Murky, but over the sort of Dusky sort of area, blue sky and high clouds. So there's a window of opportunity if I ever saw one.
Raise those spirits a little bit.
It did.
The team down here, I'm John Weller, we wonder who we are. John Moffat, the trials guru. We've got 2 camera operators. We've got Lucy and we've got Deborah. And we've also got Mrs W in the Thistle Access trailer, trying to pull all this together and get all the technology out through the various medias we got. And Simon back at the studio, multitasking, pedalling, juggling and everything else he does. Very good morning to everybody.
Yeah, good morning to all the people listening to Nevis Radio here in Fort William. If you're on holiday, what's happening is the Scottish 6 Days Trial is an annual event held here in Lochaber. It's been going for well over 100 years, something like 109 years, only missing out the war years because of conflict, and of course foot and mouth in 2001, and the last 2 years it's not been here due to the pandemic, like most things. So as I would say, it's a big international event. Many riders from different countries coming over each year, and the event oversubscribed, 288 places, 612 applicants. So it just shows you how popular this event is.
Which is fantastic. It's a world-class event, and that's the main thing. It's not. This is serious competition.
Yeah, it is. But you've also got to remember that the majority of the bulk of the entry, I should say, is made up of clubman riders, ordinary men and women who just want to ride trials bikes, and of course this is the ultimate challenge for them, for not only their machines but for them to get the bike round and to succeed as best they can. So it's good that the event is not totally elitist, and you don't have to qualify for it or anything like that. You just have to enter, pay your money, and do the job in hand and get round the course.
Simple as that. Back at the studio, we've got something happening, have we not?
We do. It's all lined up. We're ready to go. So all this week, obviously, we're talking trials. You've got 1,000,001 guests going on and 1,000,001 other things. Yep. So I thought we could just add to the fun of it, because I was aware of a little project that got started a little while ago, and we got the results of that in this week. So hopefully, on the phone, we should have Inverlochy Primary School. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, they're happy. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
Now, you've come on for a very good reason, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've been doing a song together?
Yeah.
And why have you been doing that?
So the song is about primary 2, 1 wants to everyone to be friends and to stop the war in the UK and the Ukraine.
Because that's not very nice, is it, that war at the moment? So you've done a song for the Ukraine, and to put a message across to people who might listen to it?
Yeah.
And what's the song called?
I'd like to teach the world to sing.
Because it'd be a song, and if people listen to it, then they might think, oh, this isn't good, and we should all be working together to make the place a happier place, the world a happier place.
Yeah.
And how many people, how many other children and teachers have been involved doing this song?
So what we have at Inverlochy Primary, we're really aware of what a great community we live in, and as a school we want to give something back. So we've actually started an initiative at school called Community Tag, a bit like It or Catch. So primary 1 and 2 were at first, and to give something back to the community and beyond, and they chose to record this song for stopping the war and to encourage everyone to be friends. And then they've actually tagged another class. They've tagged primary 3, who've got cards and pictures ready to give out to people who help us. And currently we've now got primary 7 tagged. So it's all part of a big project, and they've started it, and they've started it with a bang.
Well, that's amazing. You have children that age to sort of be concerned, and obviously what they're seeing on the TV. Because I mean, in some ways, in my age, I was lucky enough not to grow up with too much conflict. But I mean, this must be quite horrific to explain what's going on to the children sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, it came from the children. The teacher, Mrs. Leeds, went back to the class, and they had a chat about what it is they could do for the community. And I think initially they started thinking about what they could do with all the disruption with COVID. Maybe they could do something to cheer people up, and that became up this song. And then it grew from there that actually lots of the children knew about the war happening in the Ukraine, and they wanted to give back in that kind of way to support everyone to try and be friends.
Exactly, and so the difference that could make, if sort of a shake of a hand or a hug somewhere around the world just to sort of join people together, it'll make a huge difference when everybody did that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the children, they obviously enjoyed doing this.
Yeah.
And it's been good fun.
Yeah.
How long has it taken to learn the words to the song?
Did you learn the words quite quickly? Yeah, I think they were all practicing at home, and I think all the families involved had this song getting sung at home as well. Yeah, about a month you've been practicing it for.
Wow. And is this the first time it's sort of been played out on sort of a sort of big platform like a radio station?
This is, so they are very, very excited. I think we've got most of the school listening in and really excited to hear Primary 1 songs. They've not heard it yet.
Because right now we've got people all around the world. So it couldn't be a better time to do it, because we know we've got people listening in Australia, in New Zealand, Israel we heard today, South Africa.
Marbella.
Yeah, everywhere. So it couldn't be a better place to sort of play this tune and let people hear what the children have been doing over the last sort of few weeks to put this together. And I bet they're very excited.
Excited? Yeah!
Well, if you want to sort of say hello and say a big hello to everybody around the world, and then what we'll do is we'll play that song and say thank you very much for what you're doing. I think it's a fantastic message.
You're welcome. And thank you for sharing it for us too.
No worries at all. It's great to have you on.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
There we go. Right, we better play a song. So take a moment, turn it up. Primary 1, 2, Inverlochy Primary. Here you go. I'd like to teach the world to sing. Hello.
Have you heard of Oilfast? We offer the best prices on kerosene.
Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
sponsored by Developing the Young Workforce West Highland, bridging the gap between businesses and schools.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
Do you know what that Inverlochy Primary School
Yeah, that
thing
was
now?
very good. I mean, it just shows you what children can do when they put their mind to it, and sometimes they've got more sense than the adults.
Do we know if they've got a video to go with that they've done from the school back at the studio? He's not listening. He's doing
Deathly
something.
silence there.
He's
Yeah,
doing
but
something.
it was very good. So well done to the kids at Inverlochy and obviously their teachers that have helped put things together. Obviously somebody had to play the piano, so came across loud and clear. That was brilliant.
We're going to play it a few times through the week. I think that's what we need to do, and just get that message out there. That it's not just the adults which sometimes make the wrong decision, but it's what's going to affect the youngsters as well.
Yeah, absolutely right.
We
And
make
obviously
decisions at our age, but then
yeah, they've
at some
obviously
point we're not
seen
going to
the
be here,
news.
and they've got to sort of deal with what's been left behind.
Yeah, and they've seen the newsreel things, and children are involved in that,
It's got
unfortunately.
to be horrific. Isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, some of the footage
terrible.
coming out. I mean, I believe in some ways it should be like that, so we are aware how bad it is.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a very fine balance. I know some of the radio, TV stations are getting knocked for what they've been putting out, but
Yeah, but
maybe there should be
it's
a certain time of
happening.
day
That's the thing. It's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very nice.
Very
Let's
sad.
go back onto lighter things, shall we?
Yeah.
The sun's shining.
Sun's shining in Fort William.
We've ventured out slightly.
We've ventured out, and I'm going to see if I can have a
Can
word
I
with
ask a
someone.
quick pre-production question before we do that? Have you got time the next hour to speak to a Pico at all?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll get that organised.
Okay, cool.
No worries.
Okay, and we'll just have a quick word with one of the riders over here. I'm nipping across the car park, Parc Ferme. He's trying to... No, he's not avoiding me, he didn't know I'm here. Nigel Burkett. Sorry, you've got something in your mouth. Nigel Burkett, importer of the Scorpa trials machines. I think it's your 49th Scottish 6 Days trial. You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, we're battling on. It's another year, another trial. Changeable weather and changeable things happened yesterday.
Yeah, now there has been an official communication put out this morning about a fuel contamination issue yesterday. Was any of your bikes involved in your group?
I don't think any of us were, because we got the news about it, and so sadly we sniffed gas before we even put it in to have a look at it. It was just one of them things.
Now obviously you're in the motorcycle trade and have been for many, many years. It's not advisable to put the wrong fuel in a machine, is it?
No, they don't like it. I think even maybe worse for the 4-strokes than the 2-strokes. 2-strokes get a bit of a disease and it sort of gets itself away.
Yeah.
On the 4-strokes, tricky.
Tricky one, yeah. We'll have to wait and see what happens there, because there could be longer term effects on a motorcycle's engine by putting the wrong fuel in it.
Aye, it doesn't like it, obviously. Bearings and etc. Yeah, it can be one of them things, so we just got to wait and see what comes. Or it might be perfect.
Yeah, because obviously motorcycles are designed to run on a specific fuel, like most things, cars, trucks, etc., and they don't like the change. Now, the Scorpa you're riding now, is there any changes to previous models you've ridden here?
Yeah, I think, we always talk about things, bikes evolve, and some bikes aren't as good as others, but I think this year's bike, Touchwood, has been one of the best bikes we've had. It is a really good bike. It seems to be able to take the punishment. It runs well constantly. So if you listen to them, they still sound quite good. Yeah, somebody might get water in it, but the bikes run well and they ride well.
Could be a lot of water today, Nigel.
I think there will be a lot of water today, Muff. I see the first groups have been scrubbed out, so that tells me there's a lot of water about.
And you've been here before?
Aye, I've been in water before.
So anyway, Nigel Burkett, importer of the Scorpa machines, thank you very much, and we'll maybe catch you before the week's out.
Great, nice speaking to you.
Okay, that's Nigel Burkett from Cumbria. He is the official importer of the Scorpa motorcycle, and he's just given us the inside line on that about the fuel contamination. The bikes don't like it, and it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Hopefully no lasting damage done, but who knows, it's too early to tell. And they've been given extra time this morning to actually prepare their bikes. There's been a lot of testing going on, running them almost up to temperature to see that they're running. Those that they think may have been affected by it, and it's just one of those unfortunate incidents that wasn't really planned for and certainly wasn't deliberate, but there's obviously been a mistake made somewhere, and they'll have to rectify it, make sure, learn from it and make sure it doesn't happen again.
No, that's what it's all about. It's 9:44 to quarter to 10. We're with you through to 11 o'clock. We're going to have a chat with one of our advertisers.
Yeah, now?
I don't know whether it's now or after the news, I'm not sure.
After the news?
Which one are you on about here?
A Pico?
All right, no, I've just sorted out, so we're going to have a chat just after 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, perfect stuff. And maybe a quick mention about our sponsors, helping us put this on today. We haven't really done that too much. Michelin.
Michelin, obviously Michelin have helped us no end with materials and sponsorships, so thank you very much to Michelin and Trial Magazine.
Trial Magazine, yeah, with John
bit of a
Hume
joint
earlier on,
effort there.
fantastic.
Yeah. Thistle Access for the support wagon there that's holding the nerve centre together.
The nervous centre, I think it is.
Lochielnet for the internet connections. David Dignan for his awning.
Fort William Tool Hire.
Fort William Tool Hire for the extendable antenna.
And a person you're going to see very, very shortly, Dale.
Oh yes, Dale Monk at the Crofter. That's my next job now. Urgent.
Go and do your bit of networking.
Before you run away getting cups of tea taking ages, I've got a question here. I'm just from Martin down in Cambridgeshire, asking, do the competitors wash their bikes clean during the week?
Very rarely. I mean, the bikes actually go through water courses, etc. during the week, be it rivers or whatever, and they get cleaned and then they get dirty, then they get clean. Depends on how much time the rider has. I mean, last night, I'll give an example. My son Stephen's riding a Vertigo. He went into the service tent last night and gave it a bit clean with a brush, but not a proper clean. And actually, the owner of Vertigo, Manuel Haney, whose family make the famous Haney or Jane prams, he came out and he grabbed a piece of paper and he started cleaning off the dirt off the mud guards and that, and I said, it's like new. Yes, it must look right.
There you go.
So he removed all the dirt from the Vertigo stickers or the decals on the bike and everything just to clean it up a bit. And what he did was Stephen changed the oil in the gearbox last night. It came out absolutely clean. It's one of the first times I've ever seen one of our bikes with not sort of metal, not so much metal shavings, but the sort of wear that you get in the gearboxes. There is a sort of hint of silver comes out. Clean as a whistle. Quite amazing. I've never seen that before.
All good stuff. And so there's a lot of filtering going on, a lot of cleaning up. Air filters, I must get suffered through this sort of weather quite quickly.
More so today because of the wet, and yesterday as well, so there could be changes of air filters. But funnily enough, the Vertigo, it's got its air filter right up the top where the tank normally is, and they seem to keep very, very clean and dry.
Some of them under the saddle itself, well, I know there's no seat on them as such, but under the sort of where
they sit down on, well, some of them have fuel tanks in there now as opposed to the seats. So different bikes have different setups, but Stephen's decided to put on a new tyre last night on the wheels, so the spare wheel went in, the new wheel's going in today with a tyre on it just to keep the edge on it.
And do chains and sprockets suffer through this, or one would should?
They do wear. The chain stretches, so your chain will stretch by a good few millimetres. I'm talking about probably about 5 or 6 millimetres. Yeah. When you put an old chain on the ground that you've taken off and put a new chain down to cut it, because they don't always come in the same length, you can actually see the difference between when you lay them side by side at one end. When you get to the other end, there's normally about 5 millimetres more on the old chain than the new chain, equivalent with the number of links. Then you've got to adjust your wheel accordingly to shove it further in to take account of the new chain being tighter than the one you've just taken off. And the sprockets do wear out. You won't wear out, hopefully, a sprocket at the Scottish, but what you will do at the end of the trial is you'll take the sprockets off and replace them with a new chain and a new set of sprockets. You'd always change them as a unit, but during the Scottish what they tend to do is put a new chain on with the existing sprockets rather than change, unless you've damaged the sprocket at the back especially.
And how hard wearing are the clutches? Are they the sort of thing you replace on a regular basis, or are you looking at maybe 2-3 years? Well, I suppose it depends how much you use it, I know.
Yeah, well, you're on the clutch all the time, even the sections. No, they're wet clutches, they run in oil, and the clutches are very robust on these machines because they use the clutch a lot. And in my day, you never touched the clutch. The only time you touched the clutch was putting it into gear or changing gear on the road. You flick the clutch in and out. But nowadays, the modern way of riding is one finger on the front brake, your index finger on the front brake, and your index finger on the clutch. And the clutches are hydraulic, so they're so light. They're really feather light, you would say now. But the clutches last for quite a long time.
Lots of stuff to consider, though. And I mean, running costs throughout, spares and repairs going through a trial. What's the sort of rough price? Are you looking into thousands?
Thousands. I wouldn't say go as far as that, but certainly to run the Scottish 6 days, once you've run the trial itself, chain and sprockets, well, chain's about 50 quid, sprockets a bit less than 25, 30 pounds, so 80 odd quid for that. A back tyre now is at about 130 pounds, but that's going to go up soon because of the shortages. I think that's going to push the price up a bit. Front tyre, you probably want to change that, front tyre and tube. Bearings, not too dear, but if you go for quality bearings, about maybe £6 or £7 each side of the wheel, and you've got 4 of them. So you'd replace all the bearings, and then you might even do a rebuild on the rear suspension, the dog bones and the bearings that are in there. Needle roller bearings tend to suffer a lot and they get a lot of dirt, and you would replace all them. And just give the bike a bit of a clean up at the end of the day, and hopefully it'll run for a bit longer before a major rebuild.
That's why it's just fluids and cleaning fluids, oils.
Yeah, and the 4RT, I mean, I know that my son David ridden 6 Scottishes, but he actually rode 3 Scottishes with one bike, and it never had the cylinder head off. So it's not had a rebore, it's not had a decoke, nothing like that. And they just tend to run. So, but eventually they will wear out, like any mechanical thing. Yeah.
Have we got some catching up to do back there?
We're fairly caught up, to be honest.
Okay.
So you can either play a tune or you can carry on. It's up to you.
We haven't had your tune yet, so why don't you do yourself a tune, then we'll come back and maybe have a look at the route?
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll play the tune. I was going to play it earlier on when we were having a few issues, because I quite like the new Disclosure tune with Ray.
All right.
So
before that, will we do the route first? Would that work better? I think it would work better for John. If we can do the route now.
Do the route.
Then we'll do your tune, and will that take us up to the news almost?
Yeah, I think that would probably work.
Okay, we'll do that then.
Right, the route for today, this is the Friday the 6th of May 2022 at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. The first group of sections have now been scrubbed, so the sections at Glen, just beyond Glenfinnan, are out. So it's Group B, Piper's Burn, Old Favourite, 4 sections there. Then over to Group C, Rochefin, which is 4 sections. Round the coast to Glenuig, 1 section there at Glenuig. First rider should have been there for about now. But not far away from now because there's been a wee bit of extension of time. E group is 2 sections at WD before Kinloch Moidart, and then you've got the lunch check, which is further round. I think that's at Struntian today as usual. I've not been advised otherwise. And then you've got the Group F, which is at Lawdale at the side of the road, and then they go across the hill to Lawdale Cottage, coming back across into the Kingairloch Estate, and then over to Group H, which is Camas na Crois. I think they've altered the number of sections there today as well. And then over to Milna Meach, a few miles down the road, probably about a 20 minutes run. Milna Meach, there's 3 sections there, followed by Group J, Kilmaloo, 3 sections at Kilmaloo, followed by Group K, which is 2 sections at the Old Favourite, Rubaroo. First rider there about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
And best place for lunch, so where's lunch?
Well, the lunch that they're having today is normally held at Struntian. I would think they would still use that just at the wee car park on the right-hand side as you're going through Struntian, making back for Fort William.
So out there, there'd be like a catering van, is it?
There is a catering van, but the priority is the riders, because that's the one that actually supplies the riders.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. So that's your route for the day. In the next day, we find out what the route's going tomorrow as well on the very final day, day 6. And so we've got that tune coming up for you, Si?
Yeah, you've probably got about another 3 minutes if you wanted to carry on talking, or what we're doing.
I don't know. It's entirely up to you. That's got us up to date here. And it's great. What we do is a team effort here at Nevis Road. It's great to bring it around the world through not just the radio, which we normally do, but through the pictures and videos and sharing everybody else's experience as well.
Everything else, yeah. I'll tell you what we could do, actually, just to sort of recap. Today's competition question, please.
Yes. Mr. Moffat.
Has he disappeared?
Yeah,
I was
making stuff out. We're just getting prepped. It's all right.
Yeah, Friday's quiz for the goodie bag and the umbrella. Who is the Trial Magazine editor? So who is the editor of the Trial Magazine, which is one of the sponsors? And which machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days Trial? That was the last Scottish 6 Days to be run. Which machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days?
Come through on all the usual things, Facebook, Twitter.
Well, I was going to sort of say, well, you can WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. You can also text us on 82228. Just put Nevis at the start of your text, and text our charge at your normal network rate. You can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can also get us on social media via Instagram, Facebook or YouTube at Nevis Radio Official, or you can get us on Twitter at Nevis Radio, or use the hashtag SSDT2022, which we're also taking photos and videos which we can possibly put into our live video feed that you're watching on YouTube as well.
There you go. Fully interactive right across the world, totally free of charge as well.
Free of charge, yep.
No sites you've got to sign on to or anything like that?
No, it's just there. You just click and go. If you want to watch our footage, you can check out youtube.com/Nevis Radio Official, or just type in Nevis Radio on YouTube. You'll find it there. You can also go back and watch previous days. They're all there to watch at your own leisure. We also have our Mixcloud, which is also Nevis Radio Official. You can find it on our webpage and our other social media links as well, where you can go back and listen to previous days. And if you want to listen live, you could do so 96.6, 97.0, 102.3 and 102.4. Online on websites, apps, including our own app on iOS and Android, which is also free, as well as your smart speakers as well.
From Skye through Fort William right out to Glencoe, you can get us live on your FM radio.
That's it, all from your local community radio station and registered charity.
Absolutely. So your tune is Disclosure.
Got 50 seconds left, keep going.
Oh, blimey. Your tune is Disclosure. Right, yeah, so with you, I keep saying, as I say, it's a terrible thing I've just noticed. When you listen back, you realise you say things quite repeated.
Yeah, I think this is the one thing people don't get. Is obviously
like it.
A lot of radio is done to time. Which obviously only works at certain times, which ideally you should never know that, because it should just work flawlessly, but in live situations sometimes it doesn't quite pan out. But obviously radio side's done to time, the video side not so much done to time, but it does kind of piggyback off what we do. So there's
we can work out how long we talk, but we don't know how long the song is. That's the trouble. So we're sort of trying to work out what you're doing.
Yeah, and I'm trying to work out what you're doing, and we're about a mile and a half
50
apart.
Seconds. That's 50 seconds filled in, is it?
Not quite, but we're a mile and a half apart. We're not doing too bad, I don't think.
Sorry, what's that, John? Bacon, please. 2 bacon and brown, yeah, please. Thank you. That's the order, you see.
That's the important
priorities
stuff
in life.
That's it. I'll say, taking us up to the news, Disclosure and Ray, right here on Nevis.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. In the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
There you go, lost my microphone. Mr. Moffett's gone away, but he was using this one last, so yeah, there you go. We are back. It's day... What's that? That's something happening in the background. It is day 5 of the 6 days trial. It is the 6th of May. I keep looking at the clocks. It's day 5 on the 6th. 2.5 minutes past 10. It's great to be with you. I'm John Weller. John Moffett is up down the road, get the bacon rolls and stuff like that.
Oh, he needs to get a move on. I've got a phone call for him.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh.
Is that by one of our advertisers?
Yeah.
Nico?
Yeah.
Good to have them with us.
Yeah.
So we are down here. The sun is shining. You probably see some of that on the... No, you can't see it on the picture at the moment, but will in a minute. It's warming up very, very slightly. We're up to 14 degrees now. It's gone up about 5 degrees in the last half hour.
Okay.
Which is actually quite nice. Things just starting to dry out a bit because everything's got very, very wet this morning down here. So,
it was a bit damp this morning, I'll give you that. And
it was the wind too. Actually, for the first time, I sort of had tied and tethered down the gazebo we're under, thanks to David Dignan, which has made a big difference.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just messaging other John saying, get a shift on.
Don't make him rush.
Lift your feet up. Crack
He want
on.
to eat his roll, and his roll's going to be cold. Then we haven't done John's lunchbox yet. That's in front of us too.
We'll do that. We'll do that soon.
We're sort of, as I say, doing these shows, we do sort of wing it.
Well, you say wing it.
We're always thinking.
It's loosely produced.
Yes. And we just sort of put bits and pieces in as and when we can. It seemed like the interviews with people around the Parc Ferme, there's nothing sort of set up, but some riders have got a bit more time to others to talk to you about it. It depends where they are, because you know West End Car Park, it's quite a big area, and we can only sort of see so much and get our microphones out so far as well.
Yep. Okay. Well, I say, just so we don't keep the gentleman hanging on, should we have a chat with Scott from Pico?
Sorry?
Should we have a chat with Scott from Pico? I don't want to keep him hanging on.
Yeah,
He's
no,
probably
that's
got
fine.
stuff to do.
That's fine. I mean, join in by all means.
We can do that. So, good morning, Scott. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, we're good. I say it appears our Mr. Moffat's disappeared off for a bacon roll, which is kind of handy.
You've got to get your priorities right.
That's it, indeed. But I believe you are part of the marketing team for a Pico, which obviously we have adverts running for this week as well.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so I'm the marketing manager at Pico Factory Racing. Been here now just over 11 years, so quite some time. I've seen changes throughout the business in my 11 years, from owners through to us developing as a company, taking on more brands, and being quite a force within the off-road market, really.
Excellent. I must admit, it's nothing I really know nothing about, which is where our Mr. Moffat comes in. But in terms of trials, obviously motorbike sport's quite a large sort of encompassing thing under one umbrella, but you do different sports as well, I gather.
Yeah, we do, but I mean, Pico was initially started from trials, so 3 times world champion and SSDT winner in 1980, Uriya Vestarinen, known as Vesti. He started a Pico with his wife Diane, and after 30 years, that then passed on to a couple of my colleagues at the time who are now directors, Dylan and Anna. So yeah, we're going strength to strength, really. Motocross, trials, and enduro are our main kind of focuses, really, at Pico. We have 50 different brands that we distribute to the dealer network across the UK and Ireland, and Europe, really, because we do distribute quite a lot of the Pico products into Europe, our own brand, along with Raceline. So yeah, no, it's we're well known in the industry, I should say. We sponsor quite a lot of different events, including trials. We do the Highland Classic Trial and the 11 Trial, to mention a couple, and we also, through Sam Connor, sponsor the usually the first round of the British Trials Championship at Hutwood.
That's pretty cool. And the stuff you sort of distribute out, I mean, is there anywhere up within the sort of the SSDT sort of Parc Ferme that actually be distributing your stuff just now?
Oh yeah, Trials UK are a very good dealer of ours. I know they're there year in, year out, Nick and Nige. I'm not sure which other dealers are there in Parc Ferme, but I would imagine there's quite a lot of the dealers who stock and sell our products in trials, motocross and enduro. So yeah, I'd imagine there's quite a few there.
And I believe you've got some riders this year, is that right?
We do, yeah. We're quite heavily involved with beta riders, with John Lampkin's riders. So James Dabble, I think he's currently 5th, Sam Connor, Ben and Dan Hemingway, and Alicia Robinson. We all sponsor them in some capacity, and the Hemingway boys as well. They're a little bit young for the Scottish 6 days yet, but I'm sure they'll be there in the future, Harry and George. So yeah, no, we do like to invest back into the sport through our riders to promote our brands.
Indeed, it must be good as well, keep keeping the name up there with sponsored riders and getting out there and getting the results as well.
Definitely. So other than just the Pico, a few brands to mention that obviously we're heavily involved in and distribute in the trials world, Hebo, which make clothing, protection, boots, everything really there, which a lot of our riders use and wear. There's Former Boots as well, which sponsor James Dabble, and they make a very good product there. Not to mention obviously the Pico hard parts and our products in the trials market. Boyson, Twin Air, not forgetting Michelin of course, tyres, and them guys there, and also Regina chains, Talon sprockets, Pro Tape handlebars, and there's some Leat gloves and goggles I've seen the riders out there wearing this weekend, which is a protection brand. Not really associated with trials, but it's a very big brand within the off-road market.
Plenty of goods there. I believe Mr. Moffat is back, is he?
Hi Scott, it's John Weller down here as well. John Moffat's just joined us.
Yeah.
You were down the road, weren't you, John?
You okay?
We're all okay up here, Scott. It's actually the sun came out.
Have you got your sandwich? I hope so.
Not yet. Dan, the cameraman, has taken over that job. I hope he can read my writing. But a Pico factory racing, obviously, I've been saying that it started off in the mid-80s with Uriya Vestarinen. He ran it for many years, and then it transferred over to Dylan and the guys taking over. So he was able to retire and spend more time on his motorbikes.
Yes. Which he still does, and we still see him popping in when he needs a tyre and a piece, a bit for his bike here and there that we can help with.
Yeah, exactly. So I was amazed when I saw the parts catalogue, the actual catalogue that you do to the dealers. I've seen it, and it was the range of equipment that you actually handle on a wholesale basis. It's absolutely amazing.
We've got 54 different brands at the moment, John, that we distribute throughout the off-road network for trials, motocross and enduro on the main part. And yeah, we've we've just seemed to go from strength to strength every year, and that's just down to dedication of staff here, the people that we work with, like Trial Magazine, yourselves, and all our riders, our sponsored riders, which we've just briefly touched on there, and the positions them guys are doing. We're really proud of them at the moment, doing well at the Scottish 6 Days.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and thanks very much indeed for supporting Nevis Radio this week as well. It's been great.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, I used to come down here before I was issued with a Michelin jacket. Well, I actually used to use it in a Pico Factory racing jacket. I obtained. Yeah. But no, and of course, thanks very much indeed on behalf of the Inverness District Club for your support of our annual Highland Classic 2-day, which you're a trial partner of, and ready to do it again next month.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. I'd just like to say, just a special thank you to you guys for having us involved, and also just to wish our riders luck for the results over the weekend. I know it's getting close there. I think James is still in with a shout. All it takes is somebody to have a bit of a bad day, and everything can change. So yeah, special thanks to our riders for competing in the event this year.
Great, thanks very much.
Oh, I've just got one question. I mean, through the pandemic, how has that affected you with distribution and manufacturing?
Well, the manufacturing side of things, as you're probably aware, we get some products from the Far East, and a lot of our suppliers do as well. So there's been quite a bit of interruption in certain areas. But luckily, after the initial furlough periods, we were busier than ever. I think that was down to a lot of people not being able to go on holiday and investing in their leisure pursuits. Okay. So we did actually see quite an upturn in sales, and we were very, very busy throughout the pandemic.
Right, that's good though. I'd say, because obviously some things are in short supply, and we know rubber's in short supply, and a lot of your products are probably made out of byproducts of that industry, I imagine.
Yes. Tyres have been hard to get hold of more recently, and we are struggling on certain things, like that are made of aluminium and certain goods from certain countries. But as a whole, I think we're weathering it well, and we seem to have good stocks of most of our big brands, and we're just business as usual. We're busy, and things are buoyant. It's good.
Which is good. It's getting quite noisy around. We've got, not sure we do about the fuel situation around here, but we've got a lot of riders running up their bikes a bit earlier and running them a lot longer than they normally do. So it's got a bit noisy this morning.
No worries.
But thanks for taking that time out to join us today, and say everybody said thanks for your support. It really is appreciated.
Not a problem. That's great.
Thanks, Scott.
It's 12 minutes past 10. It is the final hour of day 5.
Yeah, day 5. All to play for. Only another day after today. So up in the leaderboard at the moment is Jack Peace on the Shercon in second position. Obviously trying to claw his lead back again is number 67, Dougie Lampkin, who's won this trial 12 times.
Yes, he was around just now. I think he's just around behind us, getting ready to go off now.
Yeah.
And we're sort of saying he'll probably handle this pressure quite well, and the fact he's got to chase somebody. In some ways, it must always drive you on that little bit more, possibly.
Yeah, well, you never underestimate Dougie Lampkin. I mean, having won the trial 12 times is an achievement in itself, because he is the holder of the most times that a Scottish 6 Days trial has been won. Second equal is Mick Andrews and Sammy Miller with 5 times they've won the trial. So I doubt very much if Dougie Lampkin will be beaten with that record, I would think. But Doug's a competitor. He's not riding in World Championship events now. He retired from that some years ago, but still a competitive individual. He doesn't come here to come second. No. And he's never happy to come second. In fact, he lost out to James Dable in 2019. And you could tell after the presentation awards that he just wasn't a happy chap because he didn't win the trial. But yeah, I suppose when you're at that level, winning is everything. Coming second is not an option.
No, absolutely. We need to do the weather, I'm assuming.
Yes.
And then catch up on a few things. Can we have Kiss and Crazy Nights?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm typing.
And the competition, those lines are open for another quarter of an hour.
Quarter of an hour, we've got 15 more minutes.
15 more minutes to take part in today's competition
All
to win
right.
a goodie bag and a brolly.
Do you want the question again?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah. The questions for today's competition being Friday. Who is the Trial Magazine editor? That's the first question. And which machine won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days Trial?
And if you'd like to enter, you can WhatsApp or phone the studio on 01397 706 100. You can text us on 82228, put Nevis at the start of your text, and that is charged at your normal network rate. Email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or find us on social media on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube under Nevis Radio Official, or find us on Twitter at Nevis Radio, or use the hashtag SSDT 2022.
There you go. Nevis Radio live and exclusive from Parc Ferme. We've been down here from Monday right through until Saturday. Tomorrow afternoon around at 1:30. Stay tuned. This is Kiss and Crazy Crazy Nights, and we'll be back after a few messages.
No, you're going to do weather first.
Oh, am I doing weather first?
Yeah, it was going so well. Here you go.
That was always slick. Come
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
My soggy bit of paper says rain clearing from the south this morning, which it certainly is. Thick cloud with a little rain will spread southeast during the afternoon. The East Highlands staying bright until later. Warm in the east, your maximum high getting up to 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. Tonight, patchy rain dying out during the evening. Otherwise, it's going to be dry at night with some lengthy clear periods developing. This is going to lead to a cold night with a touch of frost in places, dropping down to 2 degrees centigrade, 36 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
commerce, working for business in the outdoor capital of the UK.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
The fuel cells have been replenished with a bit of food and drink. The team's much happier now.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Well, there's a sort of a smile. Dan enjoyed his food, which is always good stuff.
I'm glad to hear it.
You had nobody coming to give you food today?
I have. I've got some. I'll be honest, I kind of fell off the wagon earlier on, so I had a bar of chocolate.
Oh my goodness, do we need to talk about this?
Well, I've almost gone 3 weeks, but I had to give in this morning.
Oh dear. I don't know what to say. Okay, well, yeah, you want to talk to me? I'm always here, you know that.
I'm all right. I'm a bit more awake now, but yeah.
I mean, has it done anything? Has it given you a major boost?
No, it was quite nice though. It smelled nice.
That's a bit of a play on a brand.
Yeah, I saw what you were going with there. I thought it was a bit flaky, if I'm honest.
Yeah, okay. We'll leave it there. We don't want to get ourselves into too much trouble, do we?
No.
Not for a change. Not
No.
deliberately, anyway.
You need to change the topic.
Oh, no. Otherwise, we have to pay a bounty, I'm assuming.
Exactly.
Right.
Move
Finished?
on.
Finished now?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. You sure?
Yeah, that'll do.
You got time?
Loads of time.
Oh, this could go on forever. Right, just gone up to 23 minutes past 10. Nevis Radio, live and exclusive with you each and every day. Not just at the 6 Days Trial, but right through the year here on Nevis Radio. The team, John Weller, John Moffat, Simon Abley, Lucy. All right, happy now, aren't you? What's the matter? Don't shake your head at me. Deborah and Mrs. W holding all together in the nervous centre, we're calling it now. Not the nerve centre, but it's coming together. And it's great to be able to do it. Wherever you're listening, wherever you're watching, we are so pleased we are with you on this Friday. And competition lines, you've got literally 5 minutes to take part in that now. And then we'll be closing those and we'll reveal a winner. We had already had somebody come down and pick up their goodie bag. Very pleased with that. And it's quite nice. There's lots of bits and pieces in there. There's, I don't know. We've never really opened one up. Maybe we should do that and actually have a look in there. But you also get an umbrella.
Maybe we should have done that on day one, if I'm honest.
I know. Well, we're not very well prepared. We're sure you know a picture of it, maybe, which you can then overlay onto the video.
We'll work on that for next year.
Yeah. As we say, at the end of the days and weeks, we will go and evaluate and see how we can do things slightly different and better, which we do every year, to be honest. That's where we got to where we are today. Which is probably the biggest thing we've ever put together for a whole week.
Oh, definitely.
I don't think there's many communities around the world actually put on something as big as this for all week. I mean, you do the odd fundraisers and things up the high street, but to put it together day in and day out, it is some achievement.
It's pretty mad. I think we may be having cable issues again, if I'm honest.
Right. I don't know why.
Neither do I.
Right.
Do you want me to come down afterwards?
I don't know what we honesty. I may take it a bit again. We'll talk about that afterwards. I don't remake it all the weekend while it's dry. As I say, it's dry at the moment. We had a shower probably about a half hour to an hour ago. Clearing up a bit, and there's a bit of blue sky. But see where it goes. Oh my goodness. Was that you?
No.
No, it's Dan. Dan nearly fell over one of the cameras.
Oh, that was almost 250 quid then.
It would have been more than that to replace the camera.
Probably. Right, I'll tell you what, should we play a tune and catch up on some ads here?
Have you typed a tune, or has she gone quiet in there?
I did get sent a tune earlier on. I'm trying to remember what it was. No, it's Too Far Gone.
Too Far Gone?
Well, no, it wasn't a tune called Too Far Gone. I don't know what it was.
All right.
Someone did suggest Riders of the Storm, since it was raining earlier on.
Oh, right.
I don't know if I can quickly find that. I should really have been a bit more organised, if I'm honest.
Is that the Doors?
Yes. We could do that.
Yep. Okay, we'll do that. There must be the final ad break out the way, is it?
Yep.
Come back. We'll have a look at the leaders and also look at the route plan and maybe get a chat with somebody. It's got quite busy around here.
Okay.
John's just off chatting to somebody at the moment, one of the officials, I believe, the steward.
Standard.
There you go.
Okay.
And then come back and we'll get that sorted out until 11 o'clock.
Sounds like a plan.
For the players.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smart. The world time has come to. Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to. You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
at Lochaber Chamber of Commerce. Working for business in the outdoor capital of the UK.
The Scottish 6-Day Trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
That was a very nice breakfast and a nice bit of fruit loaf.
I didn't have a breakfast, but I had a wee touch of the fruit loaf as baked by Mrs. Sedgwick.
Yes, very nice.
A little skiff of butter on it. It was lovely.
Went down a treat. Just a
Certainly
bit of cup
did.
of tea now, just sup away at.
Yeah, well, I missed on that because I was busy.
You had to come back. You got recalled.
I got recalled. Technical service bulletin recall for John Moffat.
Recall.
Yeah, so that was it. So, sun coming out in Fort William at the moment, which is really lovely. Can't guarantee it all day, but because there's a lot of cloud out there, but we'll see how that goes.
Is there anybody you want to chat to? It's quite busy out. There's a lot of riders, actually. You don't always see this amount of riders at this time.
Yeah, let me see. Oh, yeah, there's
Now, do you want this microphone? We'll swap mics. John?
Yeah, sorry. I keep forgetting
Right,
that
just
this
get
mic
that
has a
bit
bit more range than normal, so we'll take a wee trip across.
John Moffat across Parc Ferme.
That's where I'm going. I'm going to try and can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Yeah. Rider 79, Roger Williams, works in the petrochemical business, don't you?
I know
Industry.
I know the difference between the smell of petroleum spirit and diesel, yes. So when they were offering the diesel to me yesterday afternoon, I thought, no, I'll tell you what, let's put petrol in instead. The old beta goes better on petroleum spirit.
Oh, there you go. You've got a nose for it, Roger.
Leave the nose right out of it, John. Thank you very much indeed.
Now then, you've ridden many Scottish 6 days trials. You know, I regard you as an old-fashioned trials rider that believes that stop means 5.
I would agree with you 1,000% on that. If you stop and you've got the ability to do so, do that in the appropriate event, not in Scotland, because it's a major advantage. And if I was observing, nobody would be on single figures this week. Fact.
That's right. It's very difficult for the observers, but it's dead simple. If you stop, you're 5. And of course, nowadays with social media and everybody's phone taking videos, it's a lot more public now, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah, I've seen some YouTube and Facebook coverage, and it is unbelievable, shall we say.
Yeah.
Don't want to be too controversial, but yes, you can see it with your own eyes now. But is anything done about it? No.
And of course the other thing as well is the observer standing in one spot for several hours, and that observer is seeing what he sees, not what other people see down the route as well, down the section.
Agree, yeah, I mean, I've had, through injury last year, I did a bit of observing, and it's nice to see the trial from the other perspective. When you stand there for 6 or 7 hours, you do see the other side of the sport, and I think, to be fair, everybody should take a turn once a year having a go at observing, and they can appreciate what it's all about, what the guy's under, pressure him or her are under, and they give them a better idea what it's all about. Unfortunately, there's too many selfish trials riders out there that just want to compete and put nothing back in, but that's because I'm probably getting older and wiser.
Yes, certainly. And you started off in a TY80 Yamaha, didn't you?
I certainly did. In the day, they had the yellow framed checkered TY80, and I upgraded to a red checkered framed tank, and it was exactly the same bike, 4-speed I think it was, 4 gears up over, and what a fantastic little machine.
Got you started. Now, the Beta, given any problems at all, Roger?
Only with the rider. The bike is absolutely fantastic, trouble-free all week, touch wood, and long may it continue till Saturday night. But yeah, the Beta, it's reliable, it's well engineered, and as long as you're not stupid down the road, it'll last you probably 2 weeks.
Brilliant. Anyway, well done, and I hope to see you at the finish, Roger.
Oh, I will. I'll be there.
Good man. Number 79, Roger Williams there. I'll come back over because I think my vehicle keys may be required shortly, and I don't want to be too far away. Oh no, there you are.
See, here he goes.
I'll just get rid of them now. In that way,
technical support team for Stephen Moffat, who's riding the trial this week.
Just across there. Thank you.
It's quite actually to hear how passionate he feels, and yeah, that petrol and diesel, it's not a similar smell.
Well, quite interesting because Roger is in the petrochemical business and the industry, and yeah, he probably would be able to tell you the difference between different smells of...
He'd probably tell you unleaded and leaded now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I would think so. But yeah, it's an interesting but unfortunate set of events. Never come across this before personally at the Scottish 6 Days trial. I mean, obviously the foreign bodies you normally get in fuel could be water, you know, and of course nowadays the modern fuels are high in ethanol content. You've got E5, which is 5% ethanol, and E10, which is 10%. If you've ever wondered what it means on a diesel pump which says B7, that's biodiesel, 7%. So obviously with the increase in ethanol, ethanol is hydroscopic, a bit like brake fluid, and that actually attracts moisture, or water if you like, from the atmosphere. And there is a way of separating the ethanol out from the petrol by actually pouring water into it. There is a process you can go through, and the ethanol attracts the water, and then that in itself then pulls the ethanol back out of the fuel. There are other fuels nowadays that is used in arboreal use in the forestry, etc., which is ethanol free, and that is cracked higher up in the chain in the cracking process from the crude oil. So very interesting stuff, very technical stuff. Is fuel, yeah.
All I know is all they have in common is they're not very nice to siphon.
No, you, in the olden days you used to siphon it by mouth, and I had a Morris Minor pickup. Do you? Well, I don't. I once siphoned petrol because the Morris 1000 pickup had a split fuel tank, so I thought, well, I just filled it up and then discovered it was leaking. So I tried to siphon it out using a pipe, and of course, what did I do? Took a mouthful, a lungful of neat petrol. It wasn't very pleasant.
No, it's grim. And then you eat chips or something, and everything tastes of unleaded, and it's horrible.
Well, this was before the days of that. This was leaded petrol.
You taste the creosote, you can't get rid of that for days. Horrible.
Yeah.
We need to do this competition, close it off, you know, Mr. Moffat.
Yeah, there must be answers to be given now. Now the first question.
How many competitors took part, in the competition?
Hang on, I'm moving keyboards about. How many? I'm still counting. Hang on.
Well, when you're doing that, I'll just give the answers out, because if you've got a closure, then okay. Yep. The question was, who is the editor of Trial magazine? The correct answer is John Hume, who was actually here this morning being interviewed at just about 7 o'clock, just after 7.
He was.
So that's the first answer. John Hume is the editor of Trial magazine. And the machine which won the 2019 Scottish 6 Days Trial was a Beta 300, but we'll accept Beta, B-E-T-A, and that was ridden by James Dable. He was the last winner of the Scottish in 2019 when it was last run here, before the pandemic took over everything.
Excellent.
So
well,
your abacus out now, have you?
Yeah, I've done that. So 32 today.
Wow.
Numbers are going up.
Great.
It's good. There's a lot of people that know their stuff.
Which is good. It's good to be interactive.
Excellent.
So you need a couple of numbers from us then, don't you?
Ideally, yeah.
Oh, let's go for number 23.
23. Okay.
And I'll go for number 5.
Okay, right, so that would be Michelle Morrison and Eddie McSorley.
Well done, those people.
I better find out how they got in touch with me now.
Yep, and then make arrangements for them collecting the prizes as well.
Yes.
We actually gave out a prize today to Davy Maxwell from Dumfries. They actually came to the outside broadcast
Oh, good,
area.
you got him. You got him. That's good.
Yeah.
Excellent. Right, well, it's Michelle Morrison and Eddie McSorley, if you're listening. They're currently down at Parc, but maybe we'll get them up to the studio and you could pick them up today or be tomorrow morning, I would assume.
Yep.
Yep, because we'll be finishing up at 11 o'clock, which is about a quarter of an hour away, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, not long to go.
Not far.
Now, we'll be doing that all again tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll have a look and see what we've got left in pieces. We might have a bit of a clear up and clear all that rubbish away as well. Win all that. Why not? So in this last quarter now, we're going to do the route?
Route, yeah, we can certainly do the route for everybody.
And tomorrow's route will be good.
Quite simple. This is the Moidart day, the Moidart run, if you like, the road run. Out over the Moidart Peninsula, taken in lovely places like Glenfinnan, Loch Eilert, and round to Loch Sinnert, Struntian, and all along country roads. So be careful. If you are holidaying in Fort William this week, be careful on the road between, I think it's the B8043. If you're going to traverse it in the same direction as the bikes. So they're coming from Struntian, round by Liddesdale, Lawdale, and over the Kingairloch estate, Thank you very much to all the landowners that have given their ground for the Scottish 6 Days trial this year. It's really welcome. So anyway, the first group of sections have been scrubbed. Door dams out. That was at Glenfinnan, but they had to scrub them because of high water level.
I just jump in there, John, to mention, just for Glenfinnan, roundabout in the next sort of 20 minutes, half hour is when the steam train goes through, so bear in mind it will be busy out there as well.
All right, okay, thank you. So just beware of that. The first group of sections then became Group B, which is Piper's Burn, which is an old favourite, near the old Drove Road. And then they go down to C, which is Rochefin. 4 sections there, then round to Glen Uig. There's 1 section at Glen Uig. Group E is WDs, named after the late Willie Dallin, who was clerk of the course of the Scottish 6 Days trial. So then they go round the road, the A841, I think it is. 841, can't read it because it's been written on top of the map. But anyway, round by Loch Sunart, going from, that's the road that takes you from Loch Islet round to Struntian. So quite a narrow road, passing places, so take it easy. Lawdale, after the lunch stop at Struntian, is 2 sections there, then across the hill to Lawdale Cottage. And there's another 2 sections at Lawdale Cottage. Then they go down the B8043 and taking in Group H, which is Camas na Crois. I think they've altered the number of those sections there. I think they've reduced them, I think. And Milnam H is Group I. That's just a few miles along the road. Followed by Group J, which is Kilmalue, near where the outdoor centre used to be. And then further along the road to Group K, which is Rubaroo, which has been in the trial for many, many years. I certainly rode it in 1977 twice, believe it or not. So 2 sections there. Then across the Corn Ferry, which I think will be quite busy today as a result of the trial going over there. The trials bikes go over in a group, so they get delay time there for the ferry coming backwards and forwards. At least they're controlled there, and then their bikes are back up the A82 to Fort William. So if you're going round or out into Fort William via the A82 this afternoon, there will be a lot of bikes going up the road.
I gather as well, John, there's some forestry work going over there, so there may be a lot of lorries, wood lorries over there, so bear that in mind too.
Good, okay, that's that. I think that's the route for today.
You going to do tomorrow's route as well?
Oh, if you want, hold on.
It was in rehearsals. Final roundup.
I'd forgotten that bit. Yeah,
I know you had.
Yeah. Final day.
He'd already flung his folder away, ready to sort of go home, really. Oh dear. Only one more day, John. Only one more day.
Yeah, Saturday, tomorrow's route. Now that's one that goes round about the Mamore Forest area and Lianachan. So it sets off in the morning at 7:30. First man away is 245 tomorrow, which is Andy MacDonald. They go out to Group A, which is Sleach. So they're down across the Mamore Road again, the old on the West Highland Way. So if you're walking tomorrow on the West Highland Way between, let's say, Fort William and Kinlochleven, there will be bikes going down south to Kinlochleven. So Sleach, Group A, there'll be 3 sections there. First rider there at 8 o'clock. Group B is Stob Coir, which is 2 sections further along the West Highland Way. And then Upper Mamore, near the mast, above Kinlochleven. And then, of course, down to the old favourite, which was the scene of the great battle in 1969 between Bill Wilkinson and Sammy Miller, and Bill Wilkinson managed to win the trial as a result of cleaning pipeline. That's Group D tomorrow. There's 4 sections at pipeline. Then they go across the moors to Group E, which is Loch Chirain. There's 2 sections there. Then across, further across the moor, near Loch Trig, to do Group F, which is the Lerrig, which is 3 sections there. Group G, Bradaleg, it's been in for quite some years, 3 sections there. Then down into near Fort William, up to Achan T, which is them then going on to the lower slopes of Ben Nevis. So there's 2 sections at Achan T Farm, 4 further sections at Ben Nevis, that's Group I, and then Group J, which is Glen Nevis itself, 3 sections there, and then finishing off the Scottish 6 Days trial in fine style right in the centre of Fort William. So if you're holidaying, you'll be able to see this section. It's the old established favourite, Town Hall Bray, or as the locals call it, Rocky Bray.
Rocky Bray, one of those favourite places to watch, and a lot of pictures get shared around social media after that one.
I would think so, because that's the section where all the local children used to watch the Scottish in the 50s and 60s, and they're all in their 60s and 70s now, and to this day you see on Fort William Memories on Facebook people talking about watching the Scottish on Rocky Bray, but the trial calls it Town Hall Bray, because that's where the old town hall used to be before it burnt down.
So something we talked about is landowners and the permissions this race has to get. We chat with Si, because one of our future advertisers to come on board with us. Own one of the big estates, don't they, Si?
Sorry, I got people everywhere in the studio. What are you saying?
So it's talking about landowners. And we're talking about one of our future advertisers is sort of one of the big landowners.
Jahama, yeah, I think they were going to try and pop down to there tomorrow, but they were kind of a bit busy. But I'm guessing they've not popped down today.
But it must be, I mean, a major thing to get the permissions, and that estates and things change and personnel change.
Jahama Estates is really the modern equivalent of the old West Highland Estates, where obviously the aluminium company in Fort William and down to Kinlochleven owned much of the hills in that area. In fact, it was one of the biggest landowners in Scotland at one time, probably still is to an extent. And it's been a sort of succession thing with the Scottish 6 days. And funnily enough, the factor for West Highlands Estates many years ago is the late Sandy Kinnear, and he was the factor. And I used to deal with his son David Kinnear with Alvey Estate, and that was the connection with motorcycles, was his late father. And actually Sandy Kinnear was on the Fort William committee of the 6 days trial for quite a few years. But yeah, it's more involved now, because there's a lot of more planning involved, there's risk assessments and things to be done.
And environment protection, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're now dealing with well, it used to be called the Forestry Commission, but it's now Forest and Land Scotland. You have to deal with a lot of the forestry organisations now, and not only just one, but there's more than one. It just depends where the trial goes. But it'll kick off again in September, where all these things are looked at for the pre-planning for the 2023 event. It was made more difficult probably by the fact that the pandemic took control of everything, and that was an issue in itself.
I mean, how much damage could the trial cause? I mean, did the committee go back next week and actually put it right? Do they have to sort of...
Well, I know that in certain places pictures are taken pre-trial and post-trial. That especially in areas of that have SSIs, etc.
Yes.
I'm not trying. It's not sympathetic areas, sensitive areas. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So areas of great sensitivity, they tend to keep a very close eye on it. And I know that some of the government organisations send out their representatives to specifically take photographs before the trials run. They knowing where they're going, and then they go back and take pictures, after the trial, normally the day after the trial's gone through, to see how the land has been used in that way. So sometimes wet weather does help, because it sort of washes away a lot of the tracks. But quite honestly, I've actually gone down to Kinlochleven a couple of weeks after the Scottish, and then the ferns start growing, and you'd be struggling to find the sections that they've used at the pre-65. Yeah. The nature seems to regenerate itself with the type of land structure we have up here, unless you overuse it. Yeah. Because you've got to remember there's almost 300 bikes crossing it, but they don't use the same bit of ground twice, to cut into the ground. So it's quite useful from that point of view. And believe it or not, a trials bike does actually clear out a burn, because it moves stuff out of the way that's maybe even blocking it. Bits of stick and things like that normally get swept aside then, and it allows the water to free flowing again.
Free flow?
Yeah, free flow. So it sometimes can help in some ways, but it's something that's monitored all the time.
I suppose then the other side of it, you've got the spectator side with any rubbish they might leave, and it's all, you've got to look at the whole picture, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't leave rubbish anyway. You shouldn't litter the public, the countryside anyway. It is an offence to drop litter. So most people, they'll have a bag with them and normally put their rubbish in a bag and put it in the car, take it and put it in a receptacle, a proper receptacle for waste. It's a way to do it,
We haven't looked in your lunchbox yet.
You haven't? Do you want to see it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course we want to see that. Hang on a minute, because I need my inquisitive piece of music to make it kind of flow. So I guess the big question today is, what's for lunch, John?
Oh my goodness.
Now then, I'm taking a while to open
I've had
this.
a little peek.
Did you?
Yeah.
What have we got here today? Oh my goodness gracious me. Well, we have some Thai sweet chili crispy lentil puffs. There we are. We've got one of these things. Souchard. Well, that's a brand name. Other brands are available.
Yeah.
But that's an Oreo biscuit, I believe.
So much excitement.
We've got safari snacks for the wild animal in me.
I put a bit of sugar back in. It's sugar-free.
Oh, crikey.
No sugar.
What's this?
Oh, that's a special one. He's got his own little caterpillar.
A little caterpillar. Would you believe that?
How many, Colin?
I don't know.
Something like that.
How posh. Like that.
I've got a milk chocolate heart lollipop.
Oh, you see, Jean loves you. Who loves you, baby?
Wow.
never
Jammy
seen those.
Dodger minis.
Mini Jammy Dodger.
That's a very sweet lunch you've
How
got today.
dinky can you get? And what's this? Oh, a brunch bar. Very, very good. Yeah, like that.
Looks like someone's gone to his favourite sweet shop.
So much for the diabetes control. What's this? What's this thing? It's a fruit of some description. Is it a
pear?
Satsuma?
Clementine, maybe?
Clementine.
Easy peel. Let's go for an easy peel.
Easy peel. Would you believe that's the contents of my lunchbox?
Still no sandwiches.
Folks? They'll come later.
Scotch egg. You've posh with a Scotch egg in there?
I like Scotch egg.
God, this actually make me feel quite hungry.
It does, doesn't it? But there you have it. That's today's contents on Friday the 6th of May, the 5th day of the Scottish 6 Days trial. Tomorrow's the last day.
It is.
Yeah.
And so we'll be here from 7 o'clock right through until the very last rider leaves, and we reckon that's going to be about 1:30.
Something like that,
We've
yeah.
been trying to do the maths and that. We worked 288 minutes.
Yep.
Plus a bit of time to setting up, a bit of time to packing up, and bits in
There
between.
probably has been some retirals, of course,
Yeah.
so that could cut it back a wee bit. So there we have it.
There's not that many bikes left leaning against the wall, so maybe not too many.
Not too many retirals then, I would think, so that'll be good. I haven't looked at the retirals, but maybe we'll do that tomorrow and see who's still in the event. And
There's
see
not
how
that many
have
with the old
dropped
bit of red tape across there, and plate numbers either.
No, that's right, because the ones with the red tape, just a red line through their numbers means that they're riding for no award, so they're allowed to continue competing, taking part, but not for an award basis, so they won't actually be classed as finishers.
Well, they paid
so
their entry fee,
paid their rent, and they're
£600,
getting their value out of their money that they pay.
Take
yeah.
time off work or family holiday to come here and do it.
For sure.
Which makes sense to sort of still do it and get that experience. I mean, that's part of learning again.
Yeah, exactly.
Which should be good.
I was just checking the numbers there. 97. Still here. 112. I don't know what the last number went out there. We normally do a number check, but there's been so much going on
95
today.
95's out, 94 just gone. No, 91. 90's just gone out, I think.
Yeah.
91's got problems.
91's got problems. 93 still to go. So of course there's been a little bit of more extension today because of the contamination of the fuel issue. So it's kind of mucked up the times a little bit, I think. So.
It's only been a bit more chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it.
So you're going to get to update at the studio, all our tweets and that all up to
No, we're all up to date. I've contacted competition winners, so we'll get that organised.
Okay, are they coming down or are we going to come to them?
They've not come back to me yet.
Right, okay.
And well done to the Inverlochy Primary School today, having their song today.
Nice.
That was quite a bit of a different thing for the Scottish 6 Days coverage, but nice to have the kids on the radio as well.
Yeah, and they say you don't sometimes appreciate who and what war and all these conflicts affect people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's harsh.
This is a bit of escapism from the realities of life this
I
week,
must
isn't
admit,
it?
because I've not given it a lot of thought. I know it sounds very weird and selfish
Yeah.
way, but because you're down here, there's so many other things going on. It does change your views on things when you're down here. You don't think about certain things.
No, that's right.
Yeah, with the election yesterday, I've got no idea how that's.
No, neither did I actually. I wasn't able to vote because I didn't go for the voting, postal vote. So it's all happened.
And after the show, is it Joe in tonight?
Tonight, you're a bit ahead of yourself there. Joe's here along with Karen. They're both here, ready to go.
Hello, ladies.
They can't hear you because I've got headphones on. But you all say hello.
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 They can't hear you because I've got the mics up. No one's got headphones on yet.
Last night the Linda and Bell played Keep Your Feet Still, Geordie Hinney again. Yeah.
So they found it on the
But they got it slightly wrong. They thought it was northeast of Scotland, which was Aberdeenshire, but it's actually northeast of England, Geordie land, that song comes from. But it's great. It's going through folks' heads now.
It's got its place on our system now under the specialist playlist. So that could be played a lot more.
There you go.
It has been day 5 down here at Parc Ferme. It's been absolutely fantastic to bring this to you, wherever you're listening or watching us from. The team has been myself, John Weller, with John Moffat. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Deborah and... What do you want to call you? Yeah, all right, Lucy. Lucy down here. He'll be down here as well tomorrow. And Mrs. W in the digital access trailer. And, of course, Si back at the studio. Thank you very much for putting all this together and putting it together. We'll be back with you from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You'll be listening to Nevis Radio. As it's been a pleasure and a joy to bring you this 6-day trial today.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM, this is Nevis Radio.